Chapter 1841. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 people had gathered outside, but this number was completely out of Qin Fun's expectation. He had used his divine sense to scan the rooms before, and there were at least hundreds of cultivators in those rooms. Qin Fun once again suspected that not all the cultivators in these rooms were Wang Jun and Wang Xiu's subordinates. As for who the rest of them were, Qin Fun couldn't figure it out for a while. Although the enemy's forces had increased by 20 to 30 people, Qin Fun wasn't too worried. He glanced at the crowd and found that the cultivators' realms were not high. There were only 2 early true spirit realm cultivators, and the rest were mostly in the Buddha light realm. There were even a few half-step Saint King realm cultivators among them. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of death. The first to rush up was the group of Saint King realm cultivators. They relied on the fact that their boss, Wang Jun, was in the late true spirit realm, and they didn't put Qin Fun in their eyes at all. Even though they knew that they couldn't see through Qin Fun's cultivation, they still launched an imposing attack. More than a dozen black shadows rose into the air at the same time, holding different weapons in their hands. Suddenly, a row of muffled explosions rang out. Before the weapons in their hands could fall, the shadows had already been blown up by the dense silver spear light. Juguan Chinese website The momentum of the spear was still echoing in the sky, and everyone felt the ground shake. The remaining cultivators suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Fun in shock from dozens of meters away. What realm is this guy in? He actually killed 12 Saint King realm cultivators in one move. Looking at his age, it shouldn't be because his cultivation is high. I feel that the silver spear in his hand is very unusual. No matter what realm this kid is in, he dared to cause trouble here. Today will be the day he dies. The remaining cultivators were basically Buddha light realm cultivators, and the 2 true spirit realm experts had disdain in their eyes. Even if Qin Fun killed 12 Saint King realm cultivators in one move, in their eyes it was nothing. But these people didn't attack again. They were waiting for Boss Wang Jun's orders. When he saw 12 people die tragically under the spear, Wang Jun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I don't care which continent you are from, but if I, Wang Jun, don't kill you today, I am not human. Wang Jun's roar shook the heavens like a wild beast that had gone berserk. However, Qin Fung said coldly, "Although I know you're worse than a beast, there's no need for you to swear to prove that you're not human. Are all the cultivators in the South Plateau state like you? If so, I'll have to reconsider if I should continue staying in this place." These people were all cultivators. Usually, if they didn't like each other, they would fight each other directly. They didn't have the habit of bickering. When they heard Qin Fun's words, everyone was stunned. They thought about his words a few times in their minds before they understood. "Ayaya! You aunt, watch my sword." Wang Jun came back to his senses and stabbed the air with his sword. It was a gold-grade spirit sword, and it was a flying sword. When the golden sword stabbed out, it turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the sky. When it reappeared, it was hovering above Qin Feng's head. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. It turned out that the flying sword had missed its mark and exploded into the ground, creating a fissure. However, Wang Jun didn't care. With a wave of his hand, another 2 pink flying swords shot out. The sound of wind breaking rang out as the 2 flying swords attacked from the left and right. Qin Feng easily dodged the flying swords, but Wang Jun's move wasn't over yet. With another wave of his hand, another 3 pink flying swords rose into the sky. At this moment, there were already 6 flying swords attacking at the same time. The sound of wind breaking rang out in the sky. The golden and pink rays intertwined, forming a dense sword net. The crowd revealed smiles, excitement, and amazement. Boss is using his ultimate move, the 9 Heaven sword art. The last time I saw such a stunning sword skill was half a year ago. Boss was only in the middle stage of the true spirit realm, but he killed a late-stage true spirit realm expert. Now he's using this ultimate move against a cultivator from the light of Buddha. That kid should be hiding his strength. He's most likely in the true spirit realm. However, no matter how powerful he is, he can't defeat Boss's 9-heaven sword art. Actually, Boss doesn't even need to make a move. I can kill that bastard by myself. Just as everyone was discussing, Wang Jun took out his last 3 flying swords. At this moment, there were 9 flying swords flying in the sky. The only golden flying sword was leading the way, while the other 8 pink flying swords seemed to have their own intelligence and followed the golden flying sword. The 9 flying swords were like 9 rays of light, slicing through half the sky. The air was filled with sharp sounds, and just the concentrated sword cries were enough to send chills down one's spine. As the 9 flying swords chased after him, there was a golden ray that flickered. Qin Feng stepped on the golden sword and dodged it. Although he hadn't been injured yet, the flying swords were getting faster and faster, and he was starting to feel a little overwhelmed. When he saw the 9 flying swords attacking, Qin Feng couldn't help but remember that he had met such an opponent in the northern sand continent. However, that opponent's cultivation wasn't high, and he could only control 6 flying swords at once. He wasn't as powerful as Wang Jun Puchi. A crisp sound rang out. Qin Feng slightly furrowed his brows and subconsciously looked at his right arm. There was a cut on his arm. After the first cut appeared, the sound of his skin being cut came one after another. There were even a few times when the flying swords almost cut him in half. The battle had just begun, but Qin Feng was already at a disadvantage. Wang Jun just stood there and casually controlled the 9 flying swords, making it so that Qin Feng didn't even have a chance to fight back. The smiles on the surrounding people's faces became even wider. This brat is too trash. He dares to cause trouble here with just this kind of strength. He's simply tired of living. Strange, this kind of ant can be killed by anyone. Why would the boss personally come out? I think I heard Big Brother Wang Xiu's call for help, so the boss came out. Of course these people knew Wang Xiu's cultivation. He had stepped into the true spirit realm, so the brat in front of them shouldn't be Wang Xiu's match. They didn't know why Wang Xiu would ask the boss to come out. When the discussion fell into Wang Xiu's ears, his face turned red with anger. However, he was too embarrassed to stand out and scold everyone. After all, this kind of thing was too shameful, but seeing Qin Feng being beaten all over the place, Wang Xiu immediately vented his anger. An ant like you doesn't need senior brother to make a move. Let me kill you. Seeing that Qin Feng's body was riddled with scars, Wang Xiu let out an angry roar and flew towards the sky. He was quite cunning, only acting when Wang Jun was about to kill Qin Feng. In this way, he could redeem himself from the humiliation of being chased by Qin Feng. Seeing his junior brother fly into the battlefield, Wang Jun temporarily stopped his flying swords to prevent the sword qi from injuring Wang Xiu. He also realized that Qin Feng was heavily injured, and with his junior brother's true spirit realm cultivation, killing this kind of strong crossbow was not a problem at all. Only their thoughts were wrong from the beginning. Although Qin Feng was covered in wounds, they were only superficial wounds. The aura in his body was very fierce, and he wasn't affected at all. Haha, stinky brat, who told you to be arrogant with father. I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces. In just a few breaths of time, Wang Xiu had already arrived in front of Qin Feng. His expression was fierce, and his eyes were filled with a cold smile. The blade in his hand was about to fall, but for some reason, the arm that was raising the blade suddenly stopped in the air, and the blade didn't fall. I already said that you can't kill me, but I can instantly kill you. Qin Feng's voice echoed in Wang Xiu's mind. The latter's eyes were filled with shock, and his mouth slightly opened as if he wanted to say something. But he found that he couldn't control his body, and his throat couldn't make any sound. A wave of pain spread through his body, and he saw his body slowly split apart before finally exploding in the sky like fireworks. Hong long long. The explosion was too sudden, and it didn't stop. When they saw Wang Xiu explode, their jaws and eyeballs fell to the ground. Other than Wang Jun, everyone else's cultivation was too low. They couldn't even see how Qin Feng had attacked, but in the end, a true spirit realm too expert had been killed. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and those mocking Qin Feng suddenly stopped. Only now did the crowd realize how strong Qin Feng was. No wonder Wang Xiu had escaped back and even needed boss Wang Jun to personally make a move. He had even used his 9 Heavens sword art as a trump card. After killing Wang Xiu with one slash, Qin Feng's heart was filled with joy. He found that on the way to the South Plain State, his cultivation had increased again. The South Plain State's spiritual qi was very dense, so fighting was much easier than in the Northern Sand State. In this group of people, other than boss Wang Jun, Wang Xiu had the highest status and cultivation. Now that their second brother had been killed, everyone felt a trace of nervousness in their hearts. "You bastard! You dared to kill my junior brother. Father will use my flying sword to cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." After a short moment of shock, Wang Jun came back to his senses. As he roared like a wild beast, the sword hums in the air once again sounded out. The 9 flying swords no longer attacked in the same direction, but instead spread out in all directions. The chaotic attacks caused Qin Feng to once again fall into a predicament, and he couldn't escape for a while. In terms of sword skills, Qin Feng had quite a few. The shadowless sword that he had secretly learned from Broken Hung Mountain, the 1,000 silk slash from Equal Heaven Sect, the Waning Moon sword technique that he had learned from Limitless. These sword skills were all very powerful, but unfortunately he didn't even have the chance to use them. Qin Feng realized that Wang Jun's 9 Heaven sword art was also very powerful. It was a high-grade sword skill, and he was thinking of secretly learning it. This way, he would be able to obtain Hedonist points from the system. He was in a hurry to earn Hedonist points so that he could quickly become a rank 9 Hedonist mortal. Fortunately, Wang Jun didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death by Qin Feng's thoughts. To him, Qin Feng was already in a perilous situation, and this guy still had the mind to secretly learn his 9 Heaven sword art. When the thought of secretly learning arose, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to find a way to break through. He immediately used the heart chant of creation, and the images of swords that filled the sky flashed through his mind like a movie. A new understanding was born, and these seemingly random sword lights began to form a pattern. Qin Feng realized that he was rapidly understanding the mysteries of the 9 Heavens sword art, and he was shocked by his speed of understanding. Chapter 1842. Brett, now you know how powerful I am. I advise you to surrender. Kneel on the ground where my junior brother died and kowtow. I will leave your corpse intact. Wang Jun did not know that Qin Feng was secretly learning his 9 Heavens sword art, and still put on an arrogant attitude. Qin Feng laughed in his heart and shouted at him, "With just this little ability, you have the nerve to call yourself powerful. After such a long time, you still haven't killed me. This kind of sword skill is really laughable. Look how Grandpa killed people just now. One sword to kill one." Qin Feng was purposely provoking Wang Jun so that he would use more of the 9th Heaven sword technique. Actually, Qin Feng realized something. He had secretly learned Hunyuan Sect's Hunyuan 7 Blades, Broken Hung Mountain Shadowless Sword, Equal Heaven Sect's 1,000 Silk Slash, Endless Mo's Waning Moon sword technique. But when he secretly learned these martial skills, his opponent only used a portion of the moves. But Qin Feng could rely on the powerful Heart Sutra of the Good Fortune chapter to perfect these martial skills on his own. Now that he had obtained the Creation chapter, his ability to comprehend and perfect became even stronger. "You reckless ant, since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish." His words successfully angered Wang Jun. He waved his hands, and the 9 flying swords in the sky seemed to have a life of their own. They overlapped and attacked Qin Feng. There were no marks in the sky, but the flying swords had already flown past. To be more precise, the sky was filled with sword marks, but these sword marks were left behind from before. The 9 flying swords were now extremely fast, leaving no marks where they flew. When they reached a new space, the air that they had flown through before was filled with sword chi that tore through the air. What a powerful sword skill! It is similar to the waning moon sword technique. Qin Feng sighed. His understanding of the 9th heaven sword technique was becoming more and more thorough. However, in order to learn this sword skill, he also paid the price in blood. Under the pursuit of the 9 flying swords, he was cut into a bloody person. His body was not only covered with skin wounds. Not long ago, 2 flying swords hit his abdomen and back. Although he used his chi to protect his body in time, his body was still seriously injured. Haha, let's see if you can still be arrogant. Everyone, let's get revenge for Wang Xiao. Feeling Qin Feng's chi getting weaker and weaker, Wang Jun shouted. His subordinates had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, more than 20 black shadows rushed into the sky and surrounded Qin Feng with fierce attacks. There were 2 true spirit realm cultivators in this group of people, and the rest were in the Buddha light realm. Furthermore, there was Wang Jun, who was in the late true spirit realm, standing on the ground. For a moment, Qin Feng felt a strong murderous intent. He felt that if he didn't retaliate, he would really die here. Buzz! A strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the air. In Qin Feng's hand was a cool long black saber. The model of this imprisonment was a treasured saber of the destruction dark equipment. Qin Feng had won it from Su Qi, the genius disciple of the 7 Stars Monastery, when he participated in the genius meeting held by the Binji market. When the shackles fell, a black saber chi appeared in the void. The saber chi immediately spread in all directions. With Qin Feng as the center, it quickly formed a black hole-like halo. The air froze, and time seemed to stop at this moment. The more than 20 cultivators who were flying in the air suddenly froze in the sky, maintaining their attacking posture and fierce expressions on their faces. The 9 flying swords revealed their original forms and surrounded Qin Feng. The sharp sword light also stopped in the void. Within a radius of 500 meters, there was no sound. All life disappeared, and only Qin Feng's chi spread in the air. This was Qin Feng's 2nd time using the shackles, but he was still shocked by the power of this superb true weapon. When he regained his senses, he immediately slashed horizontally with his saber. A black light flashed, and the air seemed to be cut in half. The more than 20 cultivators who were frozen in the void were also cut in half at the waist. Buzz! In just a short dozen seconds, there was another wave of energy fluctuation, and the sound of an explosion resounded in the sky. The attacks of the dozen cultivators fell, and everything returned to normal. How could this be? To Wang Jun, he couldn't remember what had just happened. It was as if those dozen seconds were as long as a dozen centuries. However, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The remains of his subordinates were scattered around him, and blood flowed like a river. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. Rumble. However, he didn't have time to think about what had just happened. Several waist-thick lightning bolts struck down from the sky. The moment he saw these lightning bolts, Wang Jun felt an unprecedented fear and the aura of death. As a late-stage, true spirit realm cultivator, he wasn't an inexperienced person. He had seen the thunder tribulation caused by a void god realm cultivator breaking through, and it was probably nothing compared to the lightning bolts falling on his head. Nothing is impossible. I've said it before. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Qin Feng's loud voice came from the thunder. Wang Jun wanted to refute, but he didn't even have the chance to make a sound. In an instant, he was blown to pieces in the sea of lightning. The moment he was hit by the lightning bolts, his eyes were filled with fear. He was sure that the power of these lightning bolts was comparable to the thunder tribulation when a void god realm cultivator broke through. However, this kind of attack came from a Buddha light realm cultivator. He didn't know how the other party did it. Before dying, Wang Jun didn't understand many things. However, he didn't need to think about it because death meant that everything would disappear. When Qin Feng stepped into the South Flat Continent, he killed many Buddha Light Realm cultivators and 4 true Spirit Realm experts. This battle gave him confidence. Even if he came here, he wouldn't end up in a situation where he was at the mercy of others. Wang Jun is dead? Everyone come out quickly. Wang Jun and Wang Xiao are dead. Not long after the battle ended, more than 100 people ran out of the houses. These people were mostly at the Buddha Light Realm, but there were a few Sage King and immortal Qi Realm cultivators. Qin Feng jumped into the crowd, scaring everyone into retreating immediately. They sized him up with vigilance. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the crowd and shouted in surprise, "Sect Leader Qin, is it really you?" Because of this cultivator's action, everyone was stunned and didn't dare to move. Qin Feng looked at that cultivator for a while and felt that he looked familiar. However, he couldn't remember who he was. "You are?" Qin Feng asked. "Sect Leader Qin, I am Skycloud Sword's disciple He Chao. Do you still remember me?" When Skycloud Sword's name was announced, the rest of the people were at a loss. Obviously, they had never heard of this sect. However, Qin Feng was stunned. After searching through his memory, he remembered the middle-aged man in front of him. This person was actually from the Divine Land, and Sky Cloud Sword was also a big sect in the Divine Land. "You came here too?" Qin Feng's words had a hidden meaning that only He Chao could understand. Chapter 1843. Sect Leader Qin, we can talk about my matter later. These brothers are all cultivators from the other 3 continents. More than half of them are from the northern Sand Continent. After everyone arrived here, they were placed under house arrest by Wang Jun and the rest. They forced everyone to help them collect spirit stones and do some manual labor. He Chao said, "Then why didn't you run away?" Qin Feng asked. "It's not that I haven't thought about it. However, it is very difficult to escape. Just over a month ago, 3 Buddha Light Stage cultivators from the northern Sand region wanted to escape. In the end, they were captured by Wang Jun. He killed them on the spot and brought their corpses back to hang them on the flagpole to display his might." Qin Feng glanced at the crowd. Among them, the person with the highest realm was a late-stage Buddha Light Stage cultivator. That cultivator's clothes were tattered and his face was covered with whip marks. It seemed that he had been beaten a lot. With the cultivation of these people, it was indeed impossible for them to fight against Wang Jun and the others. There was no need for Wang Jun to make a move. Just Wang Xiao and the other 2 true spirit realm cultivators were enough. Qin Feng was speechless as to why Wang Jun and the others put everyone under house arrest. Unexpectedly, they wanted these cultivators to help them find spirit stones. However, when He Chao brought Qin Feng to the room where the spirit stones were stored, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The entire room was more than 1,000 square meters, and it was actually filled with spirit stones. "Sect Leader Qin, we've worked day and night to find these spirit stones. Wang Jun and the others are very strict with us. Every day, everyone has a task to collect spirit stones. If we don't reach the required number of spirit stones, we'll be beaten and scolded. If it's serious, we'll be killed." Every time He Chao mentioned Wang Jun's name, his eyes were filled with fear and anger. He hesitated a few times before finally asking, "Oh right, Sect Leader Qin. Did you kill Wang Jun and the others?" Everyone in front heard the fierce fighting outside and thought that Wang Jun and his men were catching the people who escaped, but when everyone came out, they found that Wang Jun and his men were gone. Qin Feng was surprised by the number of spirit stones in the room, but after understanding the situation, he felt that it was normal. There were at least 100 people here, and every one of them was using their lives to collect spirit stones. Naturally, the results were shocking. Everyone, don't worry. Wang Jun and the others have been killed by me. Now you're free. When Qin Feng said this, the crowd was stunned. Soon, some people came to their senses, and their empty eyes regained their luster. Sect leader Qin, are you joking? Did you kill Wang Jun and those bastards? Aside from He Chao, no one else recognized Qin Feng. When they heard He Chao call him sect leader Qin, they followed suit. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. Some cultivators couldn't see through Qin Feng's realm, but there were a few late-stage Buddha Light realm cultivators who could see that Qin Feng was at the Buddha Light 7 transformations realm. How could this kind of cultivation kill Wang Jun and his group? Qin Feng naturally knew what everyone was thinking, but he didn't explain much. He looked at the room full of spirit stones and said, "These spirit stones were collected by you. Divide them among yourselves and leave this place. Go back to where you came from." The crowd was stunned once again. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would be so easy to talk to? This was the divine supreme continent, a place where only the strong were respected. Which expert would give cultivation resources to the weak when they saw them? However, only He Chao understood Qin Feng. Back in the Divine Land, Qin Feng eventually dominated the entire Divine Land. However, he did not destroy the sects that had offended him in a fit of rage. Instead, he accepted all the sects with the magnanimous attitude of an expert. Fellow Taoists, sect leader Qin doesn't lie. Let's share the spirit stones and leave. He Chao shouted. His words were better than Qin Feng's. He had been with them for more than a year, and they were friends. A few cultivators carefully went into the spirit stone room and put the spirit stones into their storage rings. Some ran away. They didn't even dare to take a spirit stone. It did not take long before half of the spirit stones in the room were taken away. Then the cultivator stopped. One of them looked at Qin Feng and said, "Sect leader Qin, thank you for saving our lives. Please take the remaining spirit stones. Consider it our thanks to you." Actually, even if these people didn't leave him any spirit stones, Qin Feng wouldn't have said anything. However, with everyone's actions, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. This was the first time he felt a sense of closeness since coming to the South Flat Continent. Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He took more than 10 million spirit stones. He left half of it for He Chao, which was also 10 million spirit stones. After the cultivators got the spirit stones, they bid farewell to Qin Feng and left. They came from different continents. They came to the South Pingzhou to look for treasures or people, but they were put under house arrest. Many of them had been under house arrest for more than a year. Only Qin Feng and He Chao were left in the room. He Chao didn't have any misgivings. He returned to the original topic. Sect leader Qin, you were also transported to the South Pingzhou. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Qin Feng felt that He Chao's words were strange, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. I was transported to the Divine Continent 2 years ago. I stayed in the North Sand Continent. I just arrived at the South Pingzhou a few days ago. I didn't expect to meet you here. Qin Feng briefly explained his situation. At the same time, he was puzzled. He Chao was a disciple of the Divine Continent's Heavenly Sword sect. His cultivation talent was not bad. He should have reached the late-stage Immortal Qi realm after 2 years in the South Pingzhou. Why hadn't he broken through to the mid-stage? Before Qin Feng could figure it out, He Chao suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Sect leader Qin was in the North Sand Continent? Then, how did you come to the South Pingzhou continent? By the way, sect leader Qin, are there any of the cultivators who were transported here with you alive?" The more Qin Feng listened, the more confused he became. What did He Chao mean by the cultivators who were transported here with him? Could it be that He Chao wasn't in the same batch as him? When were you transported here? Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He had a terrifying guess. Sect leader Qin, I was in the second batch. I arrived at the South Pingzhou continent a year ago. Rumble. Qin Fin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He Chao had confirmed his speculation. Following this pattern, could it be that the formation leading to the divine continent had been loosening every year since the realms merged 2 years ago? Did anyone get transported here this year? How many people did you teleport from that batch? Qin Feng realized the seriousness of the problem. If the array leading to the divine continent opened every year, then his family and friends in China would definitely come to the divine continent to look for him. I don't know if anyone was teleported over this year. As for the last time we teleported over, not many people came. Because sect leader Qin was the first to do so, many people didn't dare to enter the teleportation array. Now, there are rumors that sect leader Qin is dead. The first batch of people who teleported over also died. Chapter 1844. As he spoke, He Chao's expression became dejected. As for our group of cultivators, more than half of them should have died. At least 4 of my fellow disciples were killed. I'm the only one left alive. That's right, sect leader Qin. There seems to be a relative of yours among our group. Qin Fun's expression changed drastically. He was afraid that his relatives and friends would find their way to the divine supreme continent. He could barely protect himself now, let alone others. Who are my relatives? Qin Fin asked immediately. I know your father, Emperor Qin, and your grandfather, Qin Shitian. There's also a little girl called Qin Duo Heir, but I'm not sure if there are others. Qin Fin clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his flesh. He did not know that the 3 people He Chao mentioned were his real relatives. Even though they were not related by blood, they had raised him since he was young. Have you heard any news about them recently? Ever since I was placed under house arrest by Wang Jun and the others, I haven't received any news from anyone else. As for the matter regarding Emperor Qin and the other 2, I only heard it by accident before I was placed under house arrest. I don't know those 3 people, but I heard that they were looking for sect leader Qin. That was how I found out about their relationship with sect leader Qin. Qin Fun was startled. He Chao was a cultivator of the divine great land, so of course he didn't know Emperor Qin and the others. However, another question arose in his mind. Wasn't the divine great land merged with the divine continent 2 years ago when the planes merged? If He Chao was in the divine great land, why did he only teleport here a year ago? Qin Fin shared his doubts with He Chao. The latter had a complicated expression on his face. Then, realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. No wonder so many lands in the divine great land suddenly disappeared, and some sects and forces seem to have vanished into thin air. It's because of the merging of the planes. So, what happened 2 years ago wasn't a teleportation formation, but a direct merging of the planes. Qin Fin knew that the divine great land had indeed merged with the divine supreme continent, but it was a teleportation formation that appeared in China's inner hidden sects. Qin Fin could not figure out why this was different. However, he realized another important thing. He thought that the divine great land had merged with the divine supreme continent, but it was not what he had imagined. Qin Fin thought of the violet afterglow valley mystic realm that he had explored before. There was a part of the combined divine land there, but it was not the complete poison sun city. At that time, Qin Fin was a little puzzled, but now he understood. He even had a bold conjecture. In fact, the divine great land was a part of the divine mainland a long time ago. Not only the divine great land, but there were also many planes that suddenly merged 2 years ago that were all part of the divine mainland. Due to some unknown reasons, the divine mainland had split up a long time ago, and some of the planes were scattered to different regions. Now, for some unknown reason, these scattered planes had returned. These questions were too profound, and with Qin Feng's current knowledge, he couldn't understand them at all. He tossed aside the messy thoughts in his head and continued to ask He Chao, "When and where did you hear about my father and the others?" He Chao didn't pay much attention to Qin Huang and the other two at first. But now that Qin Fan asked him about it, he immediately tried his best to remember. It should be 1 month after I was teleported here. On that day, I met a cultivator from the Divine Land near the Sand City. We chatted, and I learned about Qin Huang and the other two from that cultivator. If I remember correctly, that cultivator said that he came from Panshan Market, because Panshan Market is too big and there are too many powerful cultivators. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive, so he came to a small town like Sand City. He met someone from China in Panshan Market, and because he knew that sect leader Qin came from China, he specifically asked about Emperor Qin and the others. Qin Fan wanted to rush to Panshan Market to find his father and the others immediately, but he quickly calmed down. Putting aside the question of whether he could survive in Panshan Market with his strength. Even if he went there now, he didn't know if his father and the others were still there. What's that cultivator's name? Where is he now? Qin Fan wanted to find that person and ask about it in detail. He Chao shook his head and sighed. He was a disciple of the Divine Great Land's mysterious ice sect. Later on, he was imprisoned by Wang Jun and the others, just like me. That cultivator was unwilling to become someone else's puppet, so he was killed when he tried to escape. Qin Fan sighed, feeling pity for that cultivator. That cultivator helped him bring news about Emperor Qin and the others, but he didn't even get to see them. However, when he thought about how he killed Wang Jun and the others, it could be said that he had avenged that cultivator. Qin Fan carefully calculated the time. The news about his father and the others came out a year ago, and the Divine Continent was extremely dangerous. Moreover, this was the South Pingzhou continent. Without strength, one would be reduced to the lowest level of cannon fodder. A year had passed, and he was very worried about his father and the others' safety. Are you familiar with the South Pingzhou continent? Qin Fan collected his thoughts. He knew that it was meaningless to worry, and the most important thing was to act as soon as possible. This junior has only been in the South Pingzhou continent for a month, and I was captured by Wang Jun and the others. Since then, I've been active in the Sand City area, so I'm not familiar with other places, He Chao said honestly. Qin Fan had been worried about his father and the others, so he ignored the fact that He Chao kept talking about the Sand City. Qin Fan's expression suddenly lit up, and he quickly asked, "You're saying that this area belongs to the Sand City?" "That's right, sect leader Qin. This is the Sand City. Have you heard of the Immortal Moon restaurant in the Sand City?" "I know, because the items sold in that Immortal Moon restaurant are very unique. I especially went there once and found out that they were actually selling Chinese products. It's just that when I went there, someone happened to be looking for trouble with the lady boss, so I didn't ask where she came from." Qin Fan raised his brows. "You said that someone was looking for trouble with Hua Xianyu? When did this happen?" No matter how stupid He Chao was, he realized that the lady boss of the Immortal Moon restaurant had a close relationship with Qin Fan. "Sect leader Qin, I went there 3 months ago to look for spirit stones. I happened to pass by the Immortal Moon restaurant, so I went to have a look. It seems that a disciple from a sect took a fancy to the lady boss's beauty, but she rejected him. That cultivator was so angry that he caused trouble in the Immortal Moon restaurant. As for what happened after that, I don't know." Qin Fan's body emitted waves of cold air, and He Chao felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He regretted not helping Hua Xianyu at that time, but it would have been useless even if he had helped. The cultivators in the Divine Continent were all abnormal, and ever since He Chao was teleported here, he had been at the bottom of the hierarchy. Knowing that Hua Xianyu was in trouble, Qin Feng's heart burned with anxiety. He was angry at Alshin of the Thousand Sword Sect. Even though he knew that there was an 80% chance that Alshin wouldn't keep his promise, when it really happened, his anger burned at Alshin. He even swore in his heart that if anything happened to Hua Xianyu, he would definitely cut off Alshin's dog head. He Chao had been to the main district of the Sand City, and he was familiar with the area. The two of them immediately rushed to the center of the city. Qin Fan planned to find Hua Xianyu first. The Sand City was only a 3-star market in the South Flat Continent, and it was the lowest among the three-star markets. It was like a third-tier city in China. The flow of people and environment were similar to Luo City, where Qin Fen had first arrived in the North Sand Continent. However, the spiritual energy density here was more than 10 times higher than Luo City. Stop, you too. If you want to enter the Sand City, hand over your storage rings first. As soon as the two of them arrived at the gate of the Sand City, they were stopped by a group of 5 cultivators. These 5 people had been waiting outside the city. There were many cultivators coming and going, but they did not stop them one by one. Instead, they targeted cultivators who walked alone or had low cultivation bases. Qin Fen and He Chao were used to this kind of thing. This was the specialty of the divine supreme continent. It was a place where only the strong were respected, and there were no laws to speak of. He Chao did not care too much about handing over his storage rings. He was a low-level cultivator, and he had been exploited by Wang Jun and the others. It could be said that he had no treasures on him. However, when he thought of the more than 10 million high-grade spirit stones that were stored in his storage ring not long ago, he could not help but feel a little heartache. Sect Leader Qin, this place is not like the divine supreme continent. We should hand over our storage rings. It's more important to save our lives. He Chao still did not know Qin Fen's strength. Although he knew that Qin Fen had killed Wang Jun and the others, he did not see it with his own eyes. Therefore, he always felt that he and Qin Fen were outsiders and could not fight against the local cultivators. However, while he was speaking, Qin Fen had already sized up the 5 people in front of him. Among them, there were 2 early-stage true spirit realm cultivators and 3 late-stage Buddha light realm cultivators. In Qin Fen's eyes, this kind of cultivation was trash that could be killed with a single slash. However, Qin Fen was surprised. These were just a few cultivators that he had casually met, but they were already at such a high realm. It could be seen that the overall standard of the South Flat Continent's cultivators was far higher than that of the North Sand Continent's cultivators. Keep the storage rings. He Chao was about to hand over the storage rings when Qin Fen's indifferent voice sounded in his ears. His body froze, and he still maintained the action of handing over the storage rings. He did not know what to do for a moment. Stinking brat, I think you are tired of living. Seeing that the storage rings were about to be in their hands, but Qin Fen had ruined their plans, the 5 cultivators' expressions turned cold. Among them, 3 late-stage Buddha light realm cultivators even started cursing. Humph! A mere 7 changes Buddha light realm and dares to behave atrociously here. Why are you wasting your breath on him? I'll count to 3. If he doesn't hand over the storage rings by then, we'll just kill him. He Chao was only at stage 3 immortal Qi realm now, and he could not see through Qin Fen's cultivation. When he heard that Qin Fen had already stepped into the 7 changes Buddha light realm, he was shocked. He knew that Qin Fen had only been in the South Flat Continent for 2 years, but he had actually cultivated from the immortal Qi realm to the late-stage Buddha light realm. Even the genius disciples of the 6-star sects in the South Flat Continent could not achieve such a terrifying cultivation speed, right? Chapter 1845. Noisy! Qin Fen spat out lightly. Then a golden light flashed. The speed of the sword light was so fast that the 3 Buddha's light cultivators couldn't react. They suddenly felt as if something was stuck in their throats, and they couldn't say anything else. He Chao was scared to death by Qin Fen's actions. He wanted to stop him, but he suddenly heard the sound of skin tearing. The sound was originally very soft, but it gradually became louder until it became the sound of blood spurting. Then there were 3 muffled sounds. The 3 Buddha's light late-stage cultivators had exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. The commotion here attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some of the lower cultivators immediately ran away, afraid of being affected. However, there were many true spirit realm cultivators standing at the side with the attitude of watching a show. That kid is only at the Buddha's Light 7 transformation realm, but he actually killed 3 cultivators of the same realm in one move. This kind of thing is rare. What's so special about it? Those 3 Buddha's Light late-stage cultivators are just rogue cultivators. Their cultivation techniques and martial skills are the worst. Back when I was still at the Buddha's Light late stage, I could also instantly kill rogue cultivators at the Buddha's Light late stage. He stepped into the Buddha's Light late stage at such a young age that youth might have eaten some kind of beautifying pill. Many people were discussing, but Qin Fen didn't seem to hear it. He was actually a very low-key person, but he knew that he had to be a bit strong at times. Otherwise, there would always be people who wanted to bully him. The 2 true spirit realm cultivators suddenly woke up. They looked at the 3 pools of blood under their feet and felt like they were dreaming. "Brat, you dare to kill people in front of me. I will tear you into pieces." One of the true spirit realm 2 cultivators slashed with his saber. That golden saber shined brightly under the sunlight. When the saber slashed down, it instantly formed hundreds of golden saber lights. The dazzling light made He Chao unable to open his eyes. "Sect Master Qin, be careful. Rumble." He Chao used his hand to cover his eyes and let out a scream. He immediately heard a deafening explosion, and a wave of despair rose in his heart. He thought that Qin Fen had already died to the other party's saber. Originally, He Chao was pleasantly surprised to meet Sect Master Qin in the South Pingzhou state. But who would have thought that in less than half a day they would be separated by life and death? You hid your strength? What's your cultivation? However, he heard an unfamiliar voice with a terrified tone. He Chao opened his eyes abruptly and was stunned by the scene in front of him. The true spirit stage expert who attacked Qin Feng had long since disappeared, but there was a pool of blood on the ground where he was standing before. A golden flying sword floated above Qin Feng's head, and the flying sword suddenly shot out, drawing a golden light in the air. The cultivator who was asking the question suddenly froze, and a second later, a mist of blood exploded from his body. Rumble! The sound of the explosion had yet to completely subside, but the 5 cultivators had already lost their lives to the flying swords. The onlookers found it hard to come back to their senses. They looked at Qin Feng again with fear in their eyes. This young hero has definitely stepped into the true spirit realm. He looks to be in his 30s, but he is already a true spirit realm expert. He must be a disciple of a 5-star sect. He might have eaten a beauty elixir to maintain his youthful appearance, but no matter what, we are definitely not his match. We should leave this place as soon as possible. As the crowd gradually woke up, the area outside the Sand City suddenly became quiet. After witnessing Qin Feng's power, not many people dared to challenge his dignity. There were also some forces that had been guarding the entrance of the Sand City and robbing outsiders. At this moment, they felt a lingering fear and relief. They were afraid of Qin Feng's power, and they were relieved that Li Bo and the others had stopped Qin Feng first. Otherwise, they might have been the ones to die. Sect Master Qin, what realm are you at now? He Chao only woke up after following Qin Feng into the Sand City. However, the shock in his eyes did not disappear. He was truly shocked by Qin Feng's power. Just as those people said, "I am at the 7 Changes Buddha Aura realm." He Chao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Qin Feng continued, "But I can instantly kill early-stage true spirit realm cultivators. Even if I encounter early-stage void god realm experts, I can still escape and even kill them." He Chao's words did not leave his mouth in the end. He was speechless and did not know what to say. After entering the Sand City, there were more and more cultivators. The streets were crowded, and it was a lively scene. However, although there were many people in the city, there were few robberies like at the city gate. Qin Feng guessed that the Sand City was also guarded by a city lord. Ordinary people did not dare to easily cause trouble in the city. Under He Chao's lead, the two quickly found the Immortal Moon Shop. However, the Immortal Moon Shop had changed its owner and its signboard was changed. It was called Danxiang Workshop, and it was a place that specialized in selling elixirs. Qin Feng asked the shopkeeper about Hua Xianyue, and the information he received made him feel relieved. Just as He Chao said, 3 months ago, a genius disciple from the 4-star sect, Beijing, came to the Immortal Moon Shop. After taking a fancy to Hua Xianyue's beauty, he wanted to recruit her, but was rejected by Hua Xianyue. In a fit of anger, the disciple called by Ming wreaked havoc in the Immortal Moon Shop. Fortunately, Hua Xianyue escaped in time, and in the Sand City, the disciple did not dare to act recklessly. After that, Hua Xianyue returned to the Immortal Moon Shop once and transferred the shop to the current owner of the Danxiang Workshop. She also told the owner that she had joined the Mu Shanzi sect and that she planned to cultivate in seclusion there. Qin Feng followed He Chao to Mu Shanzi. Fortunately, Mu Shanzi was a sect in the North Sand City, and He Chao knew its address. On the way, He Chao gave Qin Feng a brief introduction about Mu Shanzi. It was a small 3-star sect in the Sand City, and it was a female sect. It was rumored that the sect leader, Mu Shanmo, had just stepped into the true spirit realm. In a place like the South Flat Continent, true spirit realm cultivators were not worth mentioning. However, Qin Feng was still a little surprised. This was because he had come from the North Sand region and was very clear about the power of the 3-star sects in the North Sand region. When he had just arrived in the North Sand region, Lin Bei and the others had caught the eye of the Hunyuan sect. The Hunyuan sect was a 3-star sect in the North Sand region, but the sect leader, Hunyuan Qingtian, was only a Saint King realm cultivator. Moreover, in the North Sand region, the sect leader of a new 5-star sect was only at the true spirit realm. Looking at the South Flat Continent, the sect leader of a mere 3-star sect, Mu Shanzi, had actually stepped into the true spirit realm. Up ahead is the sacred land of the Mu Shanzi sect. Fellow Taoists, please wait. The two of them had already landed at the foot of a huge purple mountain. There were a few delicate and pretty women guarding the entrance. They were dressed in purple robes and carried thin swords on their backs. He Chao immediately cupped his hands and said, "Senior sisters, sect leader Qin and I are here to look for someone." A slightly older woman walked out from the crowd and politely replied, "May I know who the two of you are looking for?" "Hua Xianyue," Qin Feng said before He Chao could speak. "You are looking for junior sister, Hua Xianyue? She was just sent to the Beijing sect this morning," the woman said. Qin Feng immediately raised his brows. He had heard the shopkeeper mention the Beijing sect when he was at the Danxiang Workshop. It was the genius disciple of the Beijing sect by Ming, who had taken a fancy to Hua Xianyue's beauty. After failing, he had wreaked havoc in the Immortal Moon House. Now that Hua Xianyue had actually been sent to the Beijing sect, a ferocious aura immediately swept up from Qin Feng's body. "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? How could the 7 or 8 female disciples guarding the door withstand Qin Feng's anger? They felt a wave of oppression. There were even a few female cultivators with lower realms who sat on the ground and vomited. Why did you send Hua Xianyue to the Beijing sect? Don't you know that the Beijing sect by Ming has ulterior motives for her?" Qin Feng was very angry. With this angry roar, his cultivation of the 7 changes of Buddha aura was fully displayed. Moreover, his aura was far stronger than that of an early-stage true spirit realm cultivator. Immediately, the disciples guarding the door were forced to retreat hundreds of meters away. No one answered Qin Feng's question because those disciples' realms were too low. At this moment, they felt that their internal injuries were about to be shaken out. They didn't even have the strength to speak. However, a green figure flew to the ground. The moment the person approached Qin Feng, she also felt that powerful aura. It actually made her feel a little uncomfortable. May I know who you are? What conflict do I, Mushanzi, have with you? A woman's voice sounded. She looked to be in her 40s or 50s. Qin Feng only needed a glance to know that this person was Mushanzi's sect leader. This was because in the entire Mushanzi, only her aura was the strongest, but she had only just stepped into the true spirit realm. You are sect leader Mu Shanmo? Why did you send Hua Xianyue to the Beijing sect? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with anger. Mu Shanmo was stunned at first. After coming back to his senses, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Is this senior a friend of the immortal moon disciple? Quickly go and save the immortal moon disciple. Although she was willing to marry into the Beijing sect, I know that she couldn't bear to see Mu Shanzi destroyed, so she compromised. There was too much information in these words, but Qin Feng roughly understood the situation. It should be that after Hua Xianyue joined Mu Shanzi, the Beijing sects by Ming did not give up and finally found Mu Shanzi to threaten him. The Beijing sect was a 4-star sect, and it was difficult for a 3-star sect like Mu Shanzi to deal with. Helpless, Hua Xianyue chose to marry into the Beijing sect to avoid this fierce battle. What a good northern peace sect! What a good Bai Ming! You dare to have designs on my friend. Today I will massacre Beijing. Who will lead the way for me? Qin Feng had been suppressing a bellyful of anger recently. Previously it was because of the death of Ouyang Jun and the others. Now, with Hua Xianyue being forced to marry, his anger completely erupted. He Chao knew where the Beijing sect was, but he did not directly lead the way. He said with some worry, Sect leader Qin, the Beijing sect is a 4-star sect in San City. Rumor has it that the sect leader by Xiaofeng has already stepped into the void god realm. If we go, we will be sending ourselves to death. However, Mu Shanmo said, Senior, I can take you there. Chapter 1846. There was a sect's base hidden in a spiritual mountain in the San City area. There seemed to be a joyous occasion in the sect today. There was a big red double happiness sign pasted on the house. This sect was the Beijing sect. You may leave. Hua Xianyue was soaking in a wooden tub sprinkled with flower petals. 2 maids stood beside her. One of them said, Miss Xianyue, we were ordered by the sect to help you bathe and change your clothes. Hua Xian, you looked tired and her voice was emotionless. You may leave. I can dress myself. The 2 maids looked at each other and reluctantly left the inner room. They stood guard at the door of the outer room and did not leave. Splash! Hua Xian, you stood up from the wooden tub. Water droplets slid down her smooth skin. She stretched out her slender legs, crossed the edge of the wooden tub, and walked to the bronze mirror on the side. The bronze mirror reflected Hua Xianyu's perfect naked body. She stared at the mirror in a daze. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She had such a good body, but no one could enjoy it. She was forced to agree to the marriage. She would not have anything to do with Bai Ming. She planned to end her own life after the wedding ceremony was over. Although she was reluctant, she had no other choice. Many people flashed through Hua Xianyu's mind, including her junior sister Su Ruo, Great Elder Qing Bai, Sect Master Qing Qin. The reason she came to the Divine Supreme Continent was to look for her fellow disciples and seniors. She also heard that Great Elder Qingying had also come to the Divine Supreme Continent. Thinking of Qingying, Hua Xianyue immediately thought of Qin Feng. She had heard from Qin Feng a long time ago that Elder Qingying was his mother. When Qin Feng's figure appeared in her mind, it was different from the other figures that flashed through her mind. She couldn't get it out of her mind. Everything about her and Qin Feng played in her mind like a movie. They first met in Devil Beast Mountain in Acropolis City. They fought together to kill the 3-eyed elephant boar. They even fed each other blood essence to survive. Then Qin Feng went to the Thousand Shadows sect to look for Su Ruo. Then they went to the Divine Supreme Continent together. The relationship between the 2 of them was ambiguous. They were like lovers, but it was also like there was a veil between them. Hua Xianyu and Qin Feng didn't try to break through that veil. However, when Hua Xianyu wanted to remove the veil, she realized it was too late. Ever since she came to the divine continent, she had been worrying about survival. She had encountered countless dangers and obstacles along the way. She had come to look for Qin Feng and the others, but in the end, she did not even see a single cultivator from Huaxia or the divine continent. Being in the South Pingzhou, Hua Xianyu felt extremely helpless. This was a completely different world, and she was 1,000 times more lonely than those Chinese students who went overseas to study. In this most difficult situation, Hua Xian, you really wanted to see Qin Feng and ask him to take her away. However, her rationality told her that this was impossible. She even guessed that Qin Feng, her sex sisters, and the elders might have all died. Lady Immortal Moon, the auspicious hour has arrived. Just as she was lost in thought, a maid came from outside the door to remind her. Hua Xianyue put on a bright red wedding dress like a puppet and walked out of the room under the guidance of the maid. The sound of gongs and drums could be heard outside the door, and people carried a bridal sedan chair over. It was a very lively scene. At this moment, 3 figures flew over from the distance and landed. Sect leader Qin, this is the Beijing sect. Mu Shan Mo followed He Chao's way of address, and now called Qin Feng sect leader Qin. He Chao looked at the magnificent city building in front of him and felt uncertain. Sect leader Qin, are we really going to kill our way in? With just the 3 of us? When they arrived at the entrance of the Beijing sect, Mu Shan Mo was also a little worried. Sect leader Qin, should I call all the experts from Mu Shanzi over? Then we can fight it out with the Beijing sect. Actually, I have deep feelings for my disciple, Immortal Moon, and have always rejected this marriage. However, my disciple is too kind. To avoid a war between the 2 sects, she ran to the Beijing sect when we weren't paying attention. Qin Feng had always been a good judge of people. He could tell from Mu Shan Mo's eyes that what he said was the truth. Moreover, if Mu Shan Mo didn't care about Hua Xianyue, he wouldn't have brought him to the Beijing sect's base. When he heard that they were going to fight a hard battle, He Chao was so scared that he trembled. It wasn't that he was timid and afraid of death, but his current cultivation was too low. Anyone could jump out and kill him instantly. Sect leader Qin, this junior has a suggestion. Our purpose here is to take Lady Immortal Moon away. There's no need to fight with the Beijing sect. Why don't we think of a secret way to sneak in and take Lady Immortal Moon away without anyone knowing? He Chao's suggestion sounded good, and Mu Shan Mo also hesitated. Although Mu Shan Mo wasn't afraid of fighting with the Beijing sect. Once they fought, Mu Shanzi would definitely suffer. If it was really as He Chao said, wouldn't it be better if they could take Immortal Moon's disciple away without losing a single soldier? Just as Mu Shan Mo wanted to persuade Qin Feng, he saw Qin Feng wave his hand and say firmly, "There's no need to think of any other way. Today, I must massacre Beijing and let them know the consequences of offending my friends." He Chao was helpless, but he didn't dare to persuade Qin Feng anymore. However, a trace of desire rose in his heart. He really wanted to become Qin Feng's friend. Qin Feng was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend and single-handedly killed his way into a 4-star sect in the South Pingzhou continent. This kind of courage was truly admirable. Mu Shan Mo was infected by Qin Feng's hot-bloodedness and heroism. He pulled out the thin sword on his back and shouted, "All right, sect leader Qin, today I'll fight alongside you." Before she could leap up, the sky had already been cut open. A golden light flashed and disappeared, leaving behind Qin Feng's voice. "You two don't need to help me. Just wait outside." Inside the Beijing sect, gongs and drums shook the heavens and red petals were scattered all over the ground. 8 disciples were carrying a large sedan chair on the flower petal road. At the end of the flower petal road was Bai Ming, dressed as a bridegroom. "The bride is here! The bride is here!" "Congratulations, senior brother Bai Ming. This is the third wife you've married. I heard that the woman in the sedan chair is extremely beautiful. She's Mu Shan Zi's #1 beautiful disciple." Senior brother Bai Ming was able to marry a beautiful and virtuous partner. It's really enviable. Bai Ming was surrounded by Beijing sect disciples, and they were all talking at once. When the words of praise and envy fell into Bai Ming's ears, he was so happy that he almost went to heaven. The 8 people in the sedan chair got closer and closer. They were less than 100 meters away from Bai Ming's wedding party. Everyone was getting more and more excited. However, at this moment, a golden light fell from the sky and instantly exploded on the ground like lightning. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. The flower petal road was split in half from the middle, and a huge pit as thick as a person's waist appeared at the place where it was split. It forcibly blocked the 8 people in the sedan chair and Bai Ming's party on both sides. Chapter 1847. Who are you, brat? How dare you cause trouble in Beijing sect? Today is my wedding day, and I don't want to see blood. Get out of here. Bai Ming shouted angrily, and a turbulent aura shot out of his body, showing his Buddha light advanced stage cultivation. He was just a disciple of a 4-star sect, but he could cultivate to the Buddha light advanced stage. This was enough to show that the South Plateau continent's spiritual energy was rich and suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Qin Feng glanced at him indifferently, and the endless killing intent that surged out of his body almost solidified, making it hard for the people in front of him to breathe. "Sorry, I can't leave yet, because I'm here to kill you." Rumble! His words made the crowd burst into an uproar. Today was Beijing sect's genius disciple Bai Ming's wedding day, but someone actually came in the middle of it and said arrogant words about killing the groom. Was this guy tired of living, or was there something wrong with his head? But before anyone could do anything, a new uproar occurred. The bride actually walked out of the sedan by herself and even lifted her red veil. "Wow, this is our sister-in-law. She's so beautiful." As expected of the #1 beautiful disciple of a female sect, like Mu Shanzi, not only is her appearance outstanding, but her figure is also outstanding. When can I find a female cultivator like her to be my partner? That's not right. According to the rules, shouldn't the groom take the bride off the sedan and personally lift the red veil? Why does this bride do everything herself? There were many discussions. Some were curious, while others were amazed by Hua Xianyu's beauty. However, Qin Feng and Hua Xian Yu seemed to be aloof from the world, completely ignoring everyone's voices and looking at each other affectionately. They hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years, but Hua Xianyou was still so beautiful, like a delicate and refined fairy, especially when she wore the fiery red wedding dress. It made her look even more delicate and charming, and it could even steal the souls of men. Hua Xianyou's expression was very complicated. She was pleasantly surprised, agitated, sorrowful, and anxious. All sorts of emotions fused into her beautiful face. Her starry eyes stared unblinkingly at Qin Feng. She was afraid that if she closed her eyes, the dream in front of her would be broken. When she was being carried here, she desperately hoped that someone would come to save her. She never thought that this person would really come. He stood on the golden flying sword and cut through the earth like a god descending to this world. "Qin Feng, take me away," Hua Xianyou murmured. She didn't make any sound, but Qin Feng could read her lips. "All right, I'll take you out of here right now." Qin Feng also mouthed the words back. His figure flew over, and he had already embraced Hua Xianyou. The barrier between the two of them seemed to be pierced through with this hug. Hua Xianyou, who had been suppressing herself for a long time, was completely released. She tightly wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck, wanting to melt into his warm embrace. His eyeballs and jaws dropped to the ground. Why was the bride hugging another man? When everyone looked at Bai Ming's head in unison, they realized that there was some green on his head. Ayaya, you disobedient slut, and you stinking brat, I'm going to cut you two into pieces. After Bai Ming came back to his senses, he was furious. He had been cuckolded in front of the whole sect. He felt that he would be too ashamed to stay in the sect in the future. A pink long sword lashed out, creating a pink sword ray that was 100 meters long in the sky. Qin Fun had his back to the sword ray, and he didn't even turn around from beginning to end. However, when the pink ray was about to hit the ground, the golden ray soared into the sky and instantly swallowed the pink ray into nothingness. Rumble. The commotion was much more intense than everyone had imagined, and the scene in front of them was even more unexpected. When they saw that Qin Feng had ignored Bai Ming's sword, many people had a playful smile on their faces. Some people felt that it was a pity that such a great beauty, like Hua Xianyu, had died just like that. It would have been good for everyone to enjoy themselves before she died. However, Qin Feng and Hua Xianyu were fine. They hugged each other tightly as if there was no one else around. However, the ground behind Qin Feng, which was hundreds of meters long, was stained with blood. The blood made the petals even more red, as if they were burning flames. Senior brother Bai Ming is dead? Finally, someone came to their senses. How is this possible? Senior brother Bai Ming is at the late stage of the Buddha light realm, but he was killed by that kid in a second? But I didn't see that guy do anything. Not good. This kid must have brought helpers to kidnap the bride. Trash hiding in the dark. Show yourself quickly. You dare to come to Beijing sect to kill people? I think you have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's heart. The crowd immediately dispersed and looked around vigilantly. Qin Feng was amused. He came here alone this time. How could there be any helpers in the dark? Qin Feng, let's go. Hua Xianyu finally came back to her senses from the joy of their reunion. When she saw that Qin Feng was surrounded, she was extremely nervous. Qin Feng pulled her behind him and said, "Don't rush to leave. I want to teach these dogs who bullied you a lesson they deserve." After looking around, the disciples of Beijing sect did not find any helpers hidden in the dark. They looked at Qin Feng again in disbelief. This guy really came here alone. Was he crazy? An ant at the late stage of the Buddha light realm dares to behave atrociously in Beijing sect. Disciples at the Buddha light realm, follow me. Kill this bastard and avenge senior brother Bai Ming. With a roar, 9 cultivators jumped out of the crowd. They were all at the late stage of the Buddha light realm. On the other hand, these cultivators were only core disciples of the North Star sect. They couldn't even be considered elders. This made Qin Feng realize that the 4-star sects of the South Flat Continent were far more powerful than the 4-star sects of the North Sand Continent. The Beijing sect practiced swordsmanship. When the 9 disciples flew into the air, they struck the swords in their hands at the same time. The sword rays crisscrossed and instantly formed a huge sword net above Qin Feng's head, leaving him no room to escape. It's over, it's over. I didn't expect to die here as soon as we met. But if I can die with you, I have no regrets. Hua Xianyu's cultivation was only a little higher than He Chao's. She had just stepped into the 4th stage immortal energy realm. Under the sword power of so many Buddha light realm experts, she suddenly felt an unprecedented crisis of death. When she looked up at the sword net falling from the sky, she knew that death was coming. She wanted to hug Qin Feng tighter, but found that there was nothing. Swoosh! A sword hum pierced through the sky. Although the sound was sharp, under the explosive attack of the sword net, not many people noticed the existence of the golden flying sword. Swoosh! 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 Then there were a few wind-breaking sounds. Several pink sword rays appeared in the sky and were finally discovered by a few disciples. What are those rays of light? Oh no, those are flying swords and 9 flying swords. Humph! What's the use of just 9 flying swords? Under the joint attack of 9 senior brothers at the late stage of the Buddha light realm, the flying swords can't even break through the sword net. Rumble! Just as that disciple was mocking them, a loud sound came from the sky. The 9 flying swords shot out wildly with the momentum of a rainbow being unsheathed. In an instant, they shattered the sword net that was about to land. 9th Heaven Sword Art Die. Qin Feng carried Huasianyu and leaped. In an instant, he flew hundreds of meters away and avoided the collision of the air currents in the center of the explosion. As he escaped, he used his mind to control the 9 flying swords and displayed the 9th Heaven Sword Art that he had learned from Wang Jun not long ago. The flying swords were like rainbows, bringing with them 9 puffs of blood mist. The disciples on the ground were dumbfounded as they watched the 9 senior brothers at the late stage of the Buddha light realm being killed in an instant. After the 9 people were killed, 8 of the pink flying swords were taken back. Then, a golden light streaked across the sky. Qin Feng stepped on the golden flying sword and appeared in the sky above the depths of the Beijing sect. Where did this ant come from? How dare you behave atrociously in the Beijing sect? Junior brother by Qi, and I will tear you to pieces. It turned out that 2 figures were flying in the distance. One of them was an old man who was shouting, but before he could finish his words, his mouth suddenly opened wide. He was so scared that he couldn't finish his words. Bang! A loud sound came from the old man's side. It turned out that junior brother by Qi had exploded on the spot. This junior brother by Qi was one of the little elders of the Beijing sect. He had already stepped into the true spirit realm level 2, but he was killed in an instant in front of the people who came. Grand Elder by Kuei, who rushed over, suddenly stopped in midair. His pair of sinister eyes stared at Qin Feng, wishing he could see through Qin Feng from the inside out. Soon, Bai Kuei revealed a bewildered expression. He could see that Qin Feng only had the cultivation of the 7 changes of Buddha light. How could he kill a true spirit realm level 2 expert in an instant? Did someone die just now? The disciples in the distance still hadn't recovered from their shock. Many people didn't see who died. Yes, it's Elder Bai Qi who died. He was killed by that guy's sword. There were also disciples who were lucky enough to see the divine might of that sword. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. How is this possible? Isn't that guy a late-stage Buddha light realm cultivator? How could he kill a true spirit realm elder in an instant? We were all fooled by that grandson's appearance. I'm sure he ate a beautifying elixir and deliberately suppressed his strength. Maybe his true age is even older than our grand elder Bai Kuei. Qin Feng laughed off everyone's guesses, and his gaze descended onto Bai Kuei. This old man's aura was steady and strong, and he'd obviously stepped into the advanced stage of the true spirit realm. I know you've conserved your strength, but even if you go all out, you might not be a match for me. Not to mention, our North Peak sect has the Nihility God Realm sect leader by Yuxian holding down the fort. He can annihilate you with a flick of his finger, so I advise you to surrender without a fight and kneel here to commit suicide as an apology. Bai Kuei spoke with conviction. Qin Feng looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Is the Nihility God Realm so great? If you infuriate me, then I'll still beat you to the point you flee." When Qin Feng spoke such arrogant nonsense, Bai Kuei and the cultivators on the ground heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts instead. They were unable to guess whether Qin Feng had help in the dark or not, and seeing this fellow maintain a fearless aura made everyone feel extremely uneasy. But he actually didn't even take a godly void god realm expert seriously. In this way, it would seem that he wasn't fearless because he had help, but he was really sick in the head. Chapter 1848. What an arrogant fellow! Let this old man show you what I'm made of. Bai Kuei was enraged. He stabbed out with his sword, and instantly, a rain of swords appeared in the sky and enveloped the space where Qin Feng was. With this strike, Bai Kuei's level 7 true spirit cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless and attacked almost at the same time. He held a silver spear in his hand, and as the spear trembled, it brought along thousands of silver spear lights that shot into the sky. Two fierce attacks collided in the sky, and it felt like the sky was shaking. The disciples had already retreated hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, deeply afraid of being injured by the aftershock. This kid is so powerful. Since he can withstand Grand Elder Bai Kuei's sword attack, Grand Elder Bai Kuei has already stepped into level 7 true spirit. I've already said that guy ate a beautifying elixir, so his actual age is probably over 100 years old. Otherwise, how many people in the entire South Flat Continent would be able to step into the late true spirit realm at the age of 20? Only those genius disciples from the few 7-star sects have this kind of cultivation talent, right? I didn't expect our Beijing sect to get into such big trouble. I wonder how it will end in the end. While the crowd was discussing, Qin Feng and Bai Kuei had already exchanged hundreds of blows. The sword chi and spear lights that filled the sky constantly collided as if they were going to tear a hole in the sky. After another sword strike descended, Bai Kuei stopped his attack, and he stood on a flat ground as he looked at Qin Feng with a surprised expression. In the exchange earlier, Bai Kuei noticed that Qin Feng was really only at the 7th transformation of Buddhist radiance, but the aura that erupted from him was incomparably ferocious, and it was even to the extent that it wasn't inferior to him, a cultivator at the 7th level of the true spirit realm. Bai Kuei knew that there were many cultivators in the South Flat Continent who could fight across realms. However, it was extremely rare to see someone like Qin Fin who could directly fight across an entire realm, unless the other party cultivated an extremely heaven-defying cultivation technique or possessed a rare Dharma treasure. Bai Kuei could tell that the Dragon Quake spear Qin Feng used was a true artifact, and it was a high-grade true artifact. Although a true artifact of this level was relatively rare in the South Flat Continent, Bai Kuei didn't think that Qin Feng could rely on this Dragon Quake spear to fight him to a draw. This kid has surely cultivated a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Bai Kuei muttered in his heart, and then he asked Qin Feng, "Which sect are you from? What's the point of asking all this now?" Qin Feng wasn't going to reveal his origins. "I can see that the cultivation technique you are practicing is very unique. You must be from a 5-star sect or an even higher power. If that is the case, today's matter will end here." Bai Kuei's words stirred up the crowd. If Qin Feng really came from a 5-star sect, then the Beijing sect could only be considered to have suffered a loss this time. This was the rule of the divine continent. Everything depended on one's fists. In many cases, the name of a 5-star sect was more important than dozens of lives. "You don't need to trick me. I don't belong to any sect. I'm just an independent cultivator. I definitely won't let today's matter go. Otherwise, in the future, everyone will bully my women. How will I have the face to live?" Hua Xianyue blushed when she heard Qin Feng call her his woman. A sneer flashed across Bai Kuei's eyes. He was waiting for Qin Feng to say this. If Qin Feng really came from a big family or a sect, Bai Kuei wouldn't dare to covet his cultivation technique, no matter how powerful it was. However, this kid turned out to be just an independent cultivator. Bai Kuei already had ideas about his cultivation technique. "Good boy, you can't be bullied at will. Then is our Beijing sect a sect that can be bullied at will? Watch my sword!" With a roar, Bai Kuei attacked again. When he attacked this time, Qin Feng could clearly feel that the sword chi in the air had become sharper. It was obvious that the old man in front of him was conserving his strength. Qin Feng still attacked with the dragon tremor spear. The spear body shook and thousands of silver spear lights shot out like sharp arrows. However, after this collision, the spear lights quickly dissipated, and there were still many sword shadows shooting out in the air, forcing Qin Feng to retreat. Great Elder Bai Kuei has shown his strength. That ant is no match for the great elder. Since he dared to come to Beijing's sect to cause trouble, he already knew that he would meet a tragic end. It's also because our sect leader Bai Xiaofeng is still in seclusion. Otherwise, he would be able to kill that grandson with one palm. Bai Kuei had just gained the upper hand, and the disciples of the Beijing sect immediately shouted. However, Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything. He realized that the dragon tremor spear couldn't deal with the opponent at all, so he immediately took out a golden longsword. Rumble! The golden sword appeared with a few bolts of lightning and exploded in the sky. The sudden change in the sky and the rolling thunder clouds stunned the crowd. Bai Kuei was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he found that 3 bolts of lightning had already landed on top of his head. Without thinking, he took out a small cauldron. The cauldron instantly became big and floated above his head. Moreover, it started to spin rapidly. Blue cauldron shadows flew out and blocked the descending lightning in midair. Qin Feng's lightning attract didn't injure Bai Kuei. He immediately slashed a second time and directly used the 3rd form of the heavenly thunder technique, myriad lightning greeting. Immediately, the sound of thunder rang out and dozens of lightning bolts descended from the sky, bombarding the air above Bai Kuei's head. However, the round cauldron above his head spun faster and faster. Countless blue cauldron shadows flew out and actually blocked the attacks of dozens of lightning bolts. Looking at the round cauldron flying above Bai Kuei's head, Qin Feng suddenly thought of the 8-faced exquisite cauldron used by Long Outyan. The 8-faced exquisite cauldron was one of the 8 great spiritual cauldrons of the northern Sand Continent. During the battle at White Spirit Mountain, Long Outyan had also used the 8-faced exquisite cauldron to block the attacks. However, during that incomparable battle in the northern Sand Continent, Long Outyan was killed and his 8-faced exquisite cauldron had fallen into an unknown person's hands. When Qin Feng thought about how he didn't take that treasure away, he felt that it was a pity. Throwing aside his messy thoughts, Qin Feng slashed out again. The sky full of lightning bolts surged down, but they were unable to explode the dense and overlapping cauldron shadows. At this moment, Bai Kuei was both surprised and happy. He was surprised that Qin Feng could actually execute such a ferocious thunder sword technique. He was also surprised that he had the green dragon cauldron with him. Otherwise, he would really be blown into pieces by the sky full of lightning bolts. The cauldron shadows that flew out from the green dragon cauldron increased in number, and there seemed to be a dragon's roar. Qin Feng switched to the Zhan Yi sword. Although the heavenly thunder technique was powerful, it consumed a lot of inner qi. Seeing that the sea of lightning couldn't break the cauldron shadows, Qin Feng decided to change to another attack method. Rumble! When the Zhan Yi sword slashed out, a silver swordlight that was hundreds of meters long sliced through the void. Qin Feng didn't hold back this time, and the ferocious momentum caused the crowd to scream. However, only Qin Feng knew that the profoundness of this sword wasn't the sword qi attack on the surface, but the divine sense attack that was hidden in the dark. A Buddha light late-stage cultivator actually launched a divine sense attack against a true spirit late-stage cultivator? This kind of thing would make people laugh their heads off. However, Qin Feng really did it. Moreover, he was confident that he could make Bai Kuei suffer a loss. Just as Qin Feng guessed, Bai Kuei didn't dodge in the slightest when facing the ferocious sword qi, and he similarly welcomed it with his sword. Another rainbow light appeared in the sky, and it was as if the air had been sliced into pieces. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't retreat from the beginning, a playful expression appeared in Bai Kuei's eyes. Haha, you dare to fight me head-on with your cultivation? You really don't know what's good for you. Rumble! The might of Qin Feng's sword had already descended, but it was blocked by the cauldron shadows of the green dragon cauldron above Bai Kuei's head. Following that, another loud sound rang out, and Qin Feng was blasted away by his opponent's sword qi. Haha! That grandson has been defeated. What's there to be excited about? I knew that guy wasn't a match for our Grand Elder Bai Kuei. Under this sword, even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. Let's quickly go up and capture that arrogant bastard alive. When Qin Feng fell from the sky, the crowd went into an uproar. Bai Kuei's smile grew wider, but in the next second, his smile suddenly froze on his face. He originally wanted to kill the ground with his sword and completely cripple Qin Feng's dantian, but a piercing pain came from his mind, and it actually obstructed his actions. Divine sense attack? How is this possible? Bai Kuei quickly realized where the problem was, but he couldn't accept this fact. Everyone knew that only cultivators who had broken through to the true spirit realm could use divine sense attacks. Even if some genius cultivators could comprehend the profoundness of divine sense in the Buddha's light realm, it was impossible for them to use their divine sense to attack a true spirit realm expert and even injure him. The piercing pain in his mind was extremely intense. Bai Kuei knew that not only was he injured, but his sea of consciousness was also severely injured. His old eyes were instantly filled with blood. One had to know that there weren't any elixirs that could recover the sea of consciousness in the entire South Flat continent. Once a true spirit realm cultivator's sea of consciousness was heavily injured, it was very likely that his cultivation would stop advancing. Rumble. A loud sound came from the ground. It turned out that a few cultivators had rushed up to capture Qin Feng alive. They thought that they were a match for the heavily injured Qin Feng, but they didn't expect that before they could even withstand the might of Qin Feng's sword, 5 early-stage Buddha's light realm cultivators had already exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. Following that, the disciples that followed suddenly stopped in their tracks. They realized the change in the situation. They originally thought that Qin Feng had been defeated, but from the looks of it, it seemed that this kid had tricked Elder Bai Kuei. You have quite a lot of treasures on you. You even have treasures that can attack with divine sense. This old man is going to tear you into pieces and take away all your treasures and techniques. Because his sea of consciousness was injured, Bai Kuei was completely enraged. He forcefully suppressed the pain in his sea of consciousness and leaped in front of Qin Feng. A sword strike in the air brought about thousands of sword lights. The entire air exploded and the sword hummed, shocking the crowd. Qin Feng didn't even think before stepping on his flying sword to escape. He knew that this was Bai Kuei's true strength. This true spirit realm 7 expert's full strength was even more powerful than Qin Feng had imagined. Or perhaps the South Flat continent's true spirit realm experts were generally stronger than the North Sand continent's cultivators of the same realm. No matter what, Qin Feng realized that he wouldn't be able to kill Bai Kuei with his cultivation alone. However, he was hesitating whether he should take out his sure-kill divine weapon, the 100-mile light sniper. If he took out the 100-mile light sniper and fired it, he would definitely be able to blast Bai Kuei into pieces. However, Qin Feng was worried about the Beijing sect leader. It was said that the sect leader was a godly venerable who had stepped into the Nihility god realm. If he used his trump card now, what would he do if the Nihility god realm sect leader was prepared? Master, try the power of the 7-colored ghost-face soul banner. Little Pig suddenly said. Chapter 1849. When Little Pig said the name of the rainbow ghost-face soul pennant, Qin Feng felt a sense of unfamiliarity. However, images of several small pennants quickly appeared in his mind. Those 4 pennants were thrown out by the old man who was trapped in the stone wall seal of White Spirit Mountain. At that time, Qin Feng didn't know what they were, so he didn't expect Little Pig to mention them. Since Little Pig mentioned it, there must be a reason for it. Qin Feng thought about it, and 4 palm-sized banners appeared in his hands. Each of the banners was made of 7 different colors and had a unique aura. Qin Feng hadn't been able to figure out what these banners could do, so he sent some inner qi into them and threw them out. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange energy wave spread out. Qin Feng was shocked. He was very familiar with this energy wave. It was the energy of a formation, and it was a rank 6 formation. When the palm-sized pennants rose into the air, they suddenly enlarged and formed 4 sky-reaching walls that pierced into the ground, sealing off the space. Bai Kuei was trapped inside, and a chaotic sound came from the space of the pennants. It was the sound of Bai Kuei's sword chi exploding on the pennants. What the hell are these 4 huge pennants? The colors are so colorful that it makes people dizzy. This is one of the 8 great holy items of ghost cultivators, the Rainbow Ghost Face Soul Pennant. If it really is the Rainbow Ghost Face Soul Pennant, then Elder Bai Kuei is in danger. I've also heard of the 7-colored Ghost Face Soul banner. Rumor has it that this magic treasure hides a ghost array. Those who are trapped in it will be like they have encountered a ghost wall, unable to escape. The level of the ghost array is extremely high, reaching the level of a level 6 trap array. Even a Nihility God Realm cultivator would not be able to break the trap of the 7-colored Ghost Face Soul banner. Why does this guy have the holy item of ghost cultivators? Could he be a ghost cultivator? The crowd was in an uproar. They were all discussing the Rainbow Ghost Face Soul Pennant. Qin Feng learned more about the 7-colored Ghost Face Soul flag from these people. He couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He had obtained the 7-colored Ghost Face Soul flag, but he didn't know as much about it as others. You actually have the 7-colored Ghost Face Soul streamer. I advise you to let me out, or I'll tear you to pieces after I break this streamer. Bai Kuei's roar sounded out from within the ghost-faced soul pennant, yet Qin Feng seemed as if he didn't hear it. It was the first time he'd used the rainbow ghost-faced soul pennant, and he was slightly rusty in controlling it. However, the battle this time just happened to be able to use it to familiarize himself with it, and it would be easy to use after using it a few more times. Master, after the rainbow ghost face soul banner was activated, it would form a formation. Within the formation, there would be a ghost formation. Those trapped would not be able to escape, as if they were trapped by a trap formation. Also, the 4 rainbow banners have the ability to attack with divine sense and can help Master kill enemies faster. Little Pig gave a detailed introduction. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He was very satisfied with this ghostly cultivator's holy item. It had a ghost formation that was comparable to a level 6 trap formation to trap people. It also had a divine sense attack to interfere. All he had to do was cut a few times, and even a godly master void god would die. Rumble. Everything had to be done with facts. Qin Feng immediately slashed down with his sword. The Zhen Yi sword in his hand brought out a silver sword light that was several hundred meters long. When he attacked from the outside, the 4 rainbow banners seemed to be transparent, and the sword chi entered the formation without any obstruction. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky, but no movement could be seen from outside the banners. However, Bai Kuei's crazy roar could be heard. "You little bastard, using such a despicable method to deal with me. If you have the guts, then fight me fair and square." Qin Feng wouldn't fall for his trick. He sneered and said, "Ha! You still have the nerve to say fair and square? You're a late-stage true spirit realm cultivator, and you want to fight with me, a Buddha's light realm cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed?" Bai Kuei spat out a mouthful of old blood. He was angered by Qin Feng's words, and while he was distracted, he was injured by the sword chi. He didn't expect Qin Feng to let him go, so he immediately circulated his true essence and madly attacked with his sword. A sword chi vortex formed in the formation, and it continuously collided with the 4 rainbow banners. Loud sounds rose and fell, but the banners were incomparably hard and didn't have any reaction. "Old man, you don't need to struggle on your deathbed. I'll send you to hell now." Rumble. Qin Feng was still a little worried that the banners would be broken. He immediately slashed out a few times, and suddenly the weather changed. Dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky. Bai Kuei's expression changed greatly, and the azure dragon cauldron above his head began to spin. However, The round cauldron hadn't been activated for long when a piercing pain came from his sea of consciousness. He was so frightened that he immediately put away the azure dragon cauldron. This tattered banners actually have a divine sense attack? Bai Kuei was shocked in his heart. No wonder the rumors said that the rainbow ghost face soul banner was one of the 8 great sacred objects of ghost cultivators. Its power really couldn't be underestimated. In the instant he was stunned, several lightning bolts fell to the ground and exploded around him. Bai Kuei was powerless, and he didn't have the time to raise the long sword in his hand again. A few clouds of blood sprayed out from his body. However, Qin Fin didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. The opponent was a true spirit realm 7 expert, after all. He only stopped after a few more myriad lightning strikes. At this moment, Bai Kuei's figure was nowhere to be seen. There was only a ground full of burnt blood. Just as the banners were put away, a shadow shot over from the distance. Qin Fin didn't think and immediately threw out the banners again, trapping the figure in the formation. Crackle! The third style of the heavenly thunder technique was unleashed again. Lightning suddenly appeared in the formation, and a few low roars came out. Which ant dares to cause trouble in my Beijing sect? When they heard this voice, the crowd was stunned. This was the voice of the sect master by Xiaofeng. The sect master is here. That brat is dead for sure. What are you looking at? Even the sect master is trapped. Our Beijing sect is doomed today. Even the void god sect master isn't that guy's match. Who exactly is he? When the discussion sounded, Qin Fin realized that the person trapped by the rainbow ghost face soul banner was Bai Xiaofeng. As soon as he learned this information, he immediately launched a series of fierce attacks. Before, he came to Beijing sect Mushinamo, and He Chao had told him that the sect master of Beijing sect was rumored to have stepped into the void god realm. Facing a void god realm expert, Qin Fin wouldn't let his guard down at all. There were continuous loud noises in the formation, and Bai Xiaofeng's anguished cries could be heard. Qin Fin had a strange feeling in his heart. Although Little Pig had told him that the 4 7-colored ghost face soul streamers could trap a hollow god realm powerhouse, he still felt that it was too easy when it actually happened. Could it be that a hollow god realm ultimate god would be killed so easily? Boom! Just as he was feeling puzzled, a loud noise came from behind him. The loud noise brought with it an extremely ferocious aura. It was definitely the aura of a void god realm cultivator. Qin Fin's expression changed drastically as he realized that he had fallen into the opponent's trap. However, it was too late for him to dodge. As soon as he circulated his inner qi to protect his body, he was sent flying by the violent explosion. Uft! He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood when he fell to the ground. His stomach was churning, and he felt like his internal organs had shifted positions. Not far away, the rainbow ghost face soul banner was still standing on the ground. The sound of the explosion came from it, and Bai Xiaofeng's cries of pain could be heard. However, Qin Fin did not even look in that direction. Instead, he looked at the empty space 100 meters away. There was a figure floating in midair. That person had white hair and a white robe that fluttered in the wind. His body emitted an aura that seemed to be both light and mist. However, Qin Fin was sure that this figure was Bai Xiaofeng's real body, and the figure trapped in the rainbow ghost face soul banner was just a clone. You're just an ant at the Buddha's light realm. Do you think you can do whatever you want with a few high-class true weapons? Everyone below the void god realm is an ant. You can kill Bai Kuei, but you can never kill me. Bai Xiaofeng's voice came out, but he did not open his mouth. His voice was transmitted through true essence. It was like a loud bell, and it reverberated in everyone's mind. Qin Fin did not reply. He had just swallowed a few qi-consolidating healing pills and was quickly recovering his inner qi. At the same time, his mind was racing. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill an empty god realm powerhouse. He could only use the rainbow ghost face soul banner to trap Bai Xiaofeng and then use the 100-mile light sniper to kill him. However, the ghost face soul banner had already been exposed. Bai Xiaofeng was cunning and had used a clone to trick him into revealing the soul banner. The next thing Qin Fen could think of was to use imprisonment to defeat Bai Xiaofeng. However, activating imprisonment required a large amount of inner qi and divine sense. Moreover, Bai Xiaofeng was an empty god realm powerhouse. Qin Fen did not know if imprisonment would have any effect on him. Before Qin Fen could think of a countermeasure, a huge palm fell from the sky. It was just a palm that Bai Xiaofeng had casually slapped down, but it brought with it a momentum that could collapse mountains and split the earth. Even the people standing hundreds of meters away felt an extreme pressure in their hearts, let alone Qin Fen, who was at the center of the battlefield. He opened his mouth and began to vomit blood. He could not stop vomiting blood, and his body felt as if there was a weight of thousands of kilograms pressing down on him. Even his movement speed had slowed down. Buzz! At this moment of life and death, Qin Fen no longer hesitated and swung his saber with all his might. With the imprisonment in his hand, the air above his head suddenly vibrated, emitting waves of strange energy fluctuations. With Qin Fen as the center, time stopped within a radius of 500 meters. Even the air stopped flowing. The surrounding cultivators were in a myriad of poses. Their expressions remained the same as they were a second ago, and some of them still had their arms in the air. Qin Fen was the only one who could move in the imprisonment space. When he was about to swing his saber at Bai Xiaofeng, his expression changed. He noticed that the expression on Bai Xiaofeng's face had changed from surprise to shock. "He's moving." Qin Fen was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered someone who was not frozen in time ever since he used imprisonment. "Realm? You've comprehended the existence of the realm?" Bai Xiaofeng could really move. He was still mumbling to himself, looking as if he had seen a ghost. In the Divine Continent's division of realms, there was a huge gap in strength between each major realm. Starting from the Buddha Aura realm, a cultivator's body would emit a Buddha aura every time he or she broke through a realm. This Buddha aura had powerful defensive abilities. It might not be able to withstand a single blow from a true spirit realm cultivator, but it would be difficult for a Saint King realm cultivator to break through the Buddha aura's defense. At the true spirit realm, a cultivator's body would condense true yuan, and the true yuan would be able to take shape. They could even create true yuan blades and swords out of thin air. Moreover, a true spirit realm cultivator's spirit core would appear in their body. As long as the spirit core was not destroyed, they could be reborn. However, after rebirth, their cultivation would be lost, and they would have to start all over again. At the void god realm, a cultivator would have an extra clone. As long as the clone was not destroyed, the cultivator could use the clone to reforge his or her real body, and his or her cultivation would not decrease. On the other hand, clones were not the strongest manifestation of a nihility god realm cultivator. After reaching the nihility god realm, some cultivators with great talent would begin to understand the existence of the realm. Once they understood the realm, their strength would be different from before. In Bai Xiaofeng's eyes, Qin Fen's confinement attack was the embodiment of the realm. Chapter 1850. Qin Fen heard Bai Xiaofeng's words, but he did not understand. What was state? Why did Bai Xiaofeng say that he understood state? Why did he look so shocked? Qin Fen couldn't figure out why, but he didn't have the time to think about it. When he saw Bai Xiaofeng suddenly freeze in midair, he immediately activated the rainbow ghost face soul banner. The 4 banners shot out like flying arrows and instantly surrounded Bai Xiaofeng, forming a new formation around him. Phew! Seeing that Bai Xiaofeng was trapped, Qin Fen let out a long sigh of relief. However, he heard Bai Xiaofeng's roar coming from the formation. "Who are you? What realm are you in? How can you use state? How did you understand it?" Qin Fen wondered if the old man was having an epileptic fit. He actually said something that others couldn't understand. Moreover, he was currently trapped by the 7-colored ghost face soul banner. But instead of worrying about his own situation, he was still asking questions about the situation. What just happened? Is the sect leader crazy? How can he go crazy at a time like this? What do you know? The sect leader is not crazy. He's just scared by that kid. That kid actually understood state. Legend has it that only mid to late void god realm cultivators can understand it. The crowd was excited once again. Qin Fin had brought them too many surprises. There was an old saying in the divine continent, all below the void god realm are ants. Even if one was in the true spirit realm, they had not reached the true threshold of cultivation. The origin of this saying was reflected in the appearance of state. Only void god realm cultivators could start to understand state. Once one state appeared, one would be the master within that realm. Qin Fin came from the North Sand Continent, so he did not know about the existence of state. He did not understand state either. The reason why he created the illusion of state was because of the power of the imprisonment. In the Northern Sand Continent, there were only a handful of virtual god realm cultivators. The ultimate gods who had stepped into the middle or late virtual god realm were even rarer. Even Dong Xian Su and the rest of the immortal venerables did not really understand the true meaning of the realm. Therefore, Qin Fin could not understand Bai Xiaofeng's actions. He only thought that Bai Xiaofeng was crazy. What's so great about a void god realm cultivator? How dare you bully my woman? If you deserve to die, then die. When Qin Feng said the same thing again, the effect was completely different. Previously, everyone had a mocking and playful attitude. But at this time, the group of cultivators from the Beijing sect were full of fear and trepidation. A cool-looking spear appeared in Qin Feng's hand. The spear's body was surrounded by white lightning, so dazzling that some people couldn't open their eyes. The design of the light sniper was somewhat similar to that of a Chinese sniper, but in the divine continent, it was an extremely strange thing. None of the Northern Peace faction cultivators could recognize what a light sniper was, but when Qin Fin fired it, its power shocked everyone. Rumble! Several white lightning bolts, as thick as a man's waist, exploded in the formation of the ghost face soul banners. A loud sound rang out in the air, as if the sky was being torn apart. The instant the lightning bolt hit the ground shook violently. Even the rainbow ghost face soul banner swayed a few times. Bai Xiaofeng let out a miserable howl. Even though he was trapped in the ghost face soul banner, he had never felt fear. The 4 soul banners could at most temporarily trap him, but he didn't believe that Qin Fin could kill him. But the moment the lightning bolt exploded, an aura of death approached. Bai Xiaofeng's expression changed drastically. He had just stepped into the empty god realm not long ago, so he was very familiar with the power of lightning. Wasn't this the lightning tribulation of breaking through to the empty god realm? Who was this kid? He could even release the empty god realm lightning tribulation. Lightning tribulation. This is the empty god realm lightning tribulation. Some disciples were startled. When Bai Xiaofeng broke through not long ago, he had felt the power of the lightning tribulation. When the news of the empty god realm lightning tribulation descending on the Beijing sect spread, the entire Beijing sect was shaken. Many disciples started to run for their lives, no longer hoping that sect leader Bai Xiaofeng could kill Qin Fin. In a small forest several hundred meters away from the city gate, Mushin and He Chao raised their heads and looked at the sky. They maintained this posture for a long time. Even though their necks had become stiff, they still stared at the sky without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. Senior Mushin what is this? Looking at the apocalyptic scene, He Chao's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Although he was standing thousands of meters away from the lightning source, with his cultivation base, he still felt a huge pressure on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Mushin Mo's expression was not much better. His beautiful eyes were filled with shock. lightning tribulation. It should be the empty God, realm, lightning tribulation. What? Empty God, realm, lightning tribulation? Looks like the rumors are true. The Beijing sect leader has really stepped into the empty God realm. He actually used the lightning tribulation to attack sect leader Qin. Sect leader Qin is doomed. He Chao's expression was blank, and he was in extreme despair. However, Mushin Mo flew towards the direction of the Beijing sect. His voice echoed on the spot. Bai Xiaofeng has already broken through to the empty God realm, so he can't use the empty God realm lightning tribulation. This is a little strange. I'll go in and take a look. You just stay here. When the 10th lightning tribulation struck, Bai Xiaofeng could no longer hold it back. Although he was a godly venerable who had successfully resisted the empty God realm lightning tribulation and survived, he was fully prepared for that breakthrough. He had countless spirit armors, shields, and defensive formations. Now that he had come out of seclusion to fight Qin Fun, all the artifacts he could use had been destroyed by the lightning bolts. Moreover, he was trapped in the 7-colored ghost face soul banner. This holy artifact of ghost cultivators was not to be trifled with. Not only did it have ghost formations, but it also had divine consciousness attacks. Loud explosions sounded continuously, and Bai Xiaofeng began to vomit blood. His robe was in tatters, and his face was covered in dirt. Black smoke was rising from the top of his head. Apart from Qin Fun, no one could see his current sorry state because the Beijing sect disciples had already started running for their lives. Even if there were disciples who could see Bai Xiaofeng, they would not be able to recognize his current bloody state. Ah, brat, stop right now or I'll die with you. Bai Xiaofeng's roar came through the soul banner. What responded to him were another 3 shocking lightning bolts. Bai Xiaofeng vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood and knelt on the ground. There was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. His skin was charred black, and the stench of burnt blood permeated the air. If you stop, I'll pretend this never happened. I promise I won't trouble you again. Bai Xiaofeng's attitude quickly changed, but Qin Fun did not care about what he said. Even if he was telling the truth, Qin Fun would not spare him. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. This was the basic rule of survival on the divine mainland. Bai Xiaofeng seemed to feel that he was about to die, so he shouted before he died, "If you really want to kill me, then at least let me know how I died. How did you comprehend the boundary?" You idiot, I don't know what a boundary is. Chapter 1851. Rumble. When Mu Shan Mo arrived at the battlefield, she saw a wave of ferocious lightning falling to the ground. If not for the 4 strange banners blocking the aura, everything within a radius of several hundred meters would have been blasted into ruins. Mu Shan Mo heard Bai Xiaofeng's dying wail from the rainbow ghost face banner, but her expression suddenly changed, and she stabbed her sword towards the distant sky. Not good, sect leader Qin. Bai Xiaofeng's clone is trying to escape. It turned out that the sword was aimed at Bai Xiaofeng's clone, but Mu Shan Mo's realm was too low, so the sword Qi missed. Seeing that the clone turned into a black shadow and was about to disappear into the distance, Mu Shan Mo became anxious. She knew that if she did not destroy the clone of a hollow god cultivator, the other party could use the clone to reconstruct his real body and maintain his cultivation. Whoosh! Almost at the same time she warned Qin Fun, a loud sound came from the distant sky. Half of the sky was illuminated by lightning, and several lightning bolts suddenly appeared. Everywhere they went, the air seemed to be torn apart. Bai Xiaofeng's clone was instantly submerged in the sea of lightning, and not even ashes were left. Seeing this, Mu Shan Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Her beautiful figure flickered and finally landed beside Qin Fun. She did not dare to look Qin Fun in the eyes, and her heart was already in turmoil. Although she guessed that Qin Fun had hidden his strength, She did not expect him to be able to kill even a hollow god stage divine master. The weapon he used before was really strange, and it was Mu Shan Mo's first time seeing such a weapon. The power of this weapon was earth-shattering, and it could actually release lightning that was comparable to a hollow god lightning tribulation. "Senior, are you all right?" Mu Shan Mo's way of addressing Qin Fun had changed. She had suspected that Qin Fun had eaten a beauty pill, and now she was sure of it. She even felt that Qin Fun's real age was even older than her. Qin Fun understood what Mu Shan Mo was thinking, but he did not explain. At this moment, he had already put away the rainbow ghost face banner and 100-mile light sniper, and was sitting cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. He had used up all his trump cards in this battle, and he had almost lost his life in Beijing sect. However, the spoils of the battle were still very bountiful. He took away the storage rings of Bai Ku-A and the others, and even Bai Xiaofeng's storage rings. These storage rings contained a large amount of cultivation resources, spirit stones, spirit herbs, and materials for equipment refinement and array formations. However, there was nothing that caught Qin Fun's eye. By the time Qin Feng had adjusted his breathing, He Chao had also rushed over. When he saw the ruins and corpses, He Chao's eyes widened. He felt like he was dreaming. "Sect leader Qin, did you kill all these people? Bai Xiaofeng didn't show up?" He Chao's voice trembled. Without waiting for Qin Fun to speak, Mu Shan Mo said, "They were all killed by Senior Qin. Bai Xiaofeng already appeared, and he was also killed." These simple words almost scared He Chao to death. Before coming here, he had tried his best to persuade Qin Feng not to throw away his life. He never would have thought that sect leader Qin would single-handedly annihilate a 4-star sect. "Senior Qin, what do you plan to do next?" Mu Shan Mo was now very respectful towards Qin Feng. This was a cultivator who could kill a nihility god. He was not someone he could offend. Qin Feng had just arrived at the South Flat Continent. Now that he had found Hua Xianyu, he planned to go to the Pan Shan market to find his father and the others. Before that, he had to settle Hua Xianyu down. After all, Hua Xianyu's cultivation level was too low, and it would be more troublesome to bring her along. At this moment, a beautiful figure landed. It was Hua Xianyu, who flew over. The battle in front was too intense, and with her realm, she couldn't get close to the battle. She waited for the battle to calm down for a while before she broke through the resistance of the aftershocks and rushed over. "Master, is it really you?" Seeing Mu Shan Mo as soon as she arrived, Hua Xianyu was very excited. Mu Shan Mo hugged her in his arms and stroked her hair. "Xianyu, my disciple, you have suffered during this period of time." Hua Xianyu's tears flowed uncontrollably. Although she pretended to be strong on the surface, her experiences during this period of time were terrible. She was even prepared to commit suicide today. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Qin Feng descended from the sky on his flying sword. "Master, I am fine now. Let me introduce you. This is my partner." Hua Xianyu hesitated and changed friend to partner. Her pretty face blushed, and she immediately said, "Qin Feng, this is Mu Shan Mo's master. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Otherwise, I would have been in danger." Mu Shan Mo wiped away the tears on Hua Xianyu's face and said with a smile, "Don't cry. It's all better now. I already know Senior Qin. This morning, he found Mu Shan Zi to look for you, so I brought him here." Qin Feng and Hua Xian, you had met for a short time before Qin Feng started fighting with the cultivators of the Beijing sect. Only now did Hua Xian, you know how Qin Feng found her. Hua Xian, you did not know where Qin Feng found her. It could be the South Flat Continent, or even another continent. She even suspected that Qin Feng and the others had died. Even if they were not dead, it was very likely that they did not know that she was here. However, the moment Qin Feng appeared, Hua Xianyu's emotions were indescribable. Not only did she know that Qin Feng was not dead, but she also knew that Qin Feng had not forgotten about her. He had even risked everything to save her. The two of them naturally hugged each other. After a moment of warmth, Qin Feng said to Mu Shan Mo, "Sect leader Mu, I plan to occupy the base of the Beijing sect. What do you think?" Qin Feng did not know much about the South Flat Continent, so he planned to listen to Mu Shan Mo's suggestion. Now that Bai Xiaofeng is dead, even if some of the cultivators of the North Flat Continent escaped, they definitely would not dare to come back for revenge. The Beijing sect is a 4-star sect, after all. The location they chose is rich in spirit qi, and the construction of the sect is also very good. If Senior Qin likes this place, it would naturally be best for him to occupy it. Qin Feng realized that he might be thinking too much. When he occupied the Beijing sect, he was worried about the rules of the South Flat Continent. However, from Mu Shanmo's words, the other party was concerned about whether he would like this place. Qin Feng had just arrived, so of course he would like the Beijing sect. Moreover, the construction of a 4-star sect in the South Flat Continent was as spectacular as that of an ordinary 5-star sect in the North Sand Continent. The density of spirit qi here even surpassed that of a 5-star sect. Since he had an idea, he had to put it into action. In that battle, many places of the Beijing sect had been blasted into ruins. Mu Shan Mo called all of Mu Shanzi's disciples over to help clean up. Meanwhile, Qin Feng drew up a blueprint. He planned to transform the Beijing sect into China's hero city. A month later, the model of the hero city had been built. Qin Feng specially guarded the Beijing sect for a month. He was worried that the disciples of the Beijing sect who had escaped would come to take revenge. However, he did not see even a shadow for a month. In fact, Qin Feng was also worried about one thing. When he killed Bai Xiaofeng, he had used the thunder tribulation stored in the energy tank. When he had triggered the 9 changes true thunder in the North Sand Continent, he had attracted the attention of the immortal venerables. He was afraid that there would be experts from the South Flat Continent. In the end, not a single Nihility God expert had come for a month. Chapter 1852. Soon, Qin Fen understood. In the Northern Sand Continent, there were only a handful of Nihility God cultivators, but in the South Plain Continent, Nihility God cultivators were only above average. Even the sect leader of a 4-star sect was at Nihility God level 1. Therefore, when the Nihility God lightning tribulation appeared, it would not cause a huge commotion. However, Bai Xiaofeng's death still attracted some attention in Sand City. This news was probably spread by the disciples of the Beijing sect who had escaped. They did not know Qin Fen's identity. In the end, the news became that Mu Shanzi had led people to eradicate the Northern Peace sect. For a time, the entire Sand City was talking about Mu Shanzi's appearance of a Nihility God venerable, and a late-stage Nihility God at that. Otherwise, how could he have easily killed Bai Xiaofeng and destroyed the entire Beijing sect? In the end, the news reached Qin Fen's ears. When he heard this, he was quite happy. After staying in Sand City for more than a month, he had a general understanding of the situation here. There was only one 5-star sect in the entire Sand City. Previously, Beijing sect was considered an upper-middle sect. Now that Beijing sect had been destroyed and Mu Shanzi had risen, he believed that the other sects in Sand City would not cause trouble for Mu Shanzi. The situation in Sand City was considered to have completely stabilized. Qin Fen changed the name of Beijing sect to Hero City so that some cultivators in the South Plain Continent could find this place. At the same time, Mu Shanzi moved his base to Hero City. Currently, Hero City was mainly supported by Mu Shanzi's forces. Hua Xianyu and He Chao were both at the Immortal Qi realm and would not stand a chance in Sand City. During this month, apart from building Hero City, Qin Fen spent the rest of his time cultivating and comprehending. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Buddhist light, 7 changes, and was only a step away from breaking through to the 8 changes. He also refined many elixirs and array flags. The elixirs were for Hua Xianyu and the others to use for their breakthroughs. The array flags were for himself because he planned to set off for Mount Pan Market. He had to find Emperor Qin and the others as soon as possible. Actually, Qin Fin had thought of developing in the South Plain continent. He also had a way to quickly rise in the South Plain continent. If he could make the fragrant consciousness pill, he believed that he would shock the entire South Plain continent. However, he eventually gave up on these thoughts. His main motive for coming to the South Flat continent was to find people and achieve a breakthrough. Deep in his heart, there was a sense of hatred. He still wanted to kill his way back to the North Sand continent to take revenge for O Yangjun and the others before leaving. Mu Shanamo gave him a map of the South Flat continent. Qin Feng followed the markings on the map and flew for 7 days and 7 nights before arriving at Panshan Market. As soon as he arrived, Qin Fin felt hundreds of strong auras. These auras were existences that he could not see through. Now, as long as it was a cultivator of the true spirit realm or below, Qin Fin could see through their realms. This meant that there were hundreds of empty god realm cultivators in this Panshan Market. This was a fact that Qin Fin found hard to accept. Panshan City Square was dozens of times larger than Sand City. There were more than 10 main streets, and every street was filled with people. It felt like something big was going to happen. Qin Feng had already put away the flying cloud all at the outskirts of Panshan Market. Then he hurried on his flying sword. When he arrived at the outskirts of Panshan Market, he suddenly felt a strong pressure, causing his flying sword to automatically descend to the ground. There's a flight restriction formation here. Qin Feng quickly discovered the problem and couldn't help but be shocked. Actually, the flight restriction formation was only a level 4 formation, and Qin Feng could create it himself. However, this was only relatively easy for Qin Feng. In the entire South Flat continent, there weren't many level 4 formation masters. Moreover, the entire Panshan Market had a flight restriction formation, which consumed a lot of materials. However, just as he arrived at Panshan Market, Qin Feng once again felt the huge difference between the South Flat continent and the North Sand continent. The North Sand continent had very little spiritual energy and lacked all sorts of materials. Flight restriction formations would only appear in major cities like Pill City, but in the South Flat continent, one could find one anywhere. Unable to fly, Qin Feng walked all the way to Panshan Market. Luckily, his walking speed was very fast, and he soon reached the city gates. Please show me your sect token. There was a row of guards standing at the city gates. The 2 people who stopped Qin Feng were already in the late true spirit realm. Qin Feng was once again deeply shocked. Were all the guards in the South Flat continent so powerful? I'm a rogue cultivator. I don't have a sect token. Qin Feng found a random excuse. The guard said, rogue cultivators have to pay 500 high-grade spirit stones to enter the city. Qin Feng immediately realized that whether it was the South Flat continent or the North Sand continent, rogue cultivators were a weak group. However, the rogue cultivators in the North Sand continent had formed a hall of famed generals and had developed greatly. He wondered if there was a rogue cultivator alliance in the South Flat continent. 500 spirit stones was nothing to Qin Feng. He paid the spirit stones and entered Panshan Market. However, he did some calculations. Although 500 spirit stones was not much, there were at least 1,000 rogue cultivators entering Panshan Market every day. If he could earn 500,000 high-grade spirit stones in a day, that would be close to 200 million spirit stones in a year. This was a huge sum. Qin Feng did not know who managed Panshan Market, but he found a way to develop it. After he became stronger and returned to the North Sand continent, he planned to develop Ling Xian Kingdom. When that time came, he would have to collect spirit stones from the cultivators who entered Ling Xian Kingdom. Just as he was thinking, he unknowingly walked into a weapon shop. Suddenly, there was an ear-piercing sound in his mind. It was the sound of the spirit-seeking bug. "Little pig, what did that little bug say?" Qin Feng asked. "Master, the spirit-seeking bug found a treasure. Follow its sense to find the treasure." Little pig sounded excited. Qin Feng immediately became spirited. This spirit-seeking bug was a bug that the system rewarded him for free after he opened the spirit bug interface. It was a rank 1 spirit bug and had a sharp sense of smell. It was good at finding spirit sources. However, Qin Feng had never used the spirit-seeking bug to find a treasure. Now that the spirit-seeking bug had sensed something, Qin Feng was somewhat excited. What level of treasure did the bug find? The spirit-seeking bug's sense was very strong. Qin Feng followed the direction of the sense and walked into the shop called Xingkuin Weapon Workshop. As soon as he entered the shop, the waiter greeted him warmly. "Senior, what kind of weapon do you want?" Qin Feng didn't look in the direction of the sense because that would be too abrupt. He glanced in that direction and saw that there were some sabers placed there. He pretended to say, "I'm lacking a handy saber. Do you have it here?" "Senior, please follow me. Our Xingkuin Weapon Workshop is famous in the entire South Pingzhou state. We have all kinds of weapons. Moreover, the quality is good, and the price is low. You can definitely buy it without worry and use it comfortably." This advertising slogan was a bit familiar. Qin Feng was dazed for a moment and felt like he was back in China. He followed the waiter to the innermost row of display racks. This row of display racks was filled with all kinds of sabers. They ranged from blue grade to gold grade. There were even a few red grade, scarlet devil, and destructive dark grade weapons. However, he didn't see any true grade weapons. As if seeing through Qin Feng's thoughts, the waiter smiled and said, "Senior, please take a look first. If you don't like the sabers here, I can take you to the second floor. There are a few true weapon level treasured sabers there. They are the treasures of the shop, but they are much more expensive." Qin Feng was shocked. The South Pingzhou state was indeed more powerful than the North San state. True grade weapons could be sold in a weapon shop. In the North San state, no matter how rich one was, it was impossible to buy a true grade weapon. When he entered the room, Qin Feng found that the place the spirit-seeking bug was pointing to was above his head. Obviously, it was the true grade weapon in the compartment upstairs. Qin Feng felt a bit helpless. True grade weapons were treasures, but he believed that the price in this shop wouldn't be low. It might not even be something that could be bought with spirit stones. Otherwise, the true grade weapons upstairs would have been bought by other cultivators. At the same time, Qin Feng could also guess that although there were some true weapons upstairs, there was an 80% chance that they were low-grade true weapons. Now that he had several true weapon longswords and a top-grade true weapon imprisonment, the imprisonment was a treasured blade. He did not need to buy a true weapon level blade anymore. However, since he was here, Qin Feng decided to take a look upstairs. He wanted to know what grade the true grade weapons in the South Pingzhou state were and what their prices were. Qin Feng pretended to look around on the first floor. He shook his head and said, No, there aren't any sabers that I like. Why don't you take me to the second floor?" The waiter was pleasantly surprised. His commission was based on the sales ratio. The higher the price of the weapon, the higher his commission. This was the same principle as China's sales commission. There was only a small compartment on the second floor. However, as soon as he entered, Qin Feng felt that the spirit qi inside was many times denser than downstairs. The feeling in his mind became stronger and stronger. He followed the feeling to the innermost shelf of the compartment. In fact, this small compartment was not big. It was about 30 square meters, and there were a total of 3 shelves. On each shelf were 3 long sabers, for a total of 9 treasured sabers. The 9 sabers were of different shapes. Qin Feng found something fishy with a glance. Among these 9 sabers, only 3 had reached the level of a true grade weapon. Among them, 2 were low-grade true grade weapons and 1 was mid-grade. As for the other 6 sabers, they were all top-notch destructive dark equipment. Although they had not reached the level of a true-grade weapon, they had the illusion of being fake true-grade weapons. Qin Feng stood next to the mid-grade, true-grade long saber. It was a thin saber with a lifelike green crane carved on its body. It was called the green crane saber. Qin Feng was not interested in the green crane saber. It was far inferior to his shackle. However, the treasure found by the spirit-seeking bug was this green crane saber. To be more precise, it was an ornament placed next to the green crane saber. Senior, you have a good eye. This green crane saber is the most precious treasure of our store. It is the highest grade among all the sabers. This saber can cut iron like mud and can break through the void. It is a sharp weapon for killing and self-defense. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be interested in the green crane saber, the waiter spared no effort in introducing it. Qin Feng pretended to ask, "How much is this saber?" Chapter 1853. The waiter was overjoyed and immediately said, "Senior, this green crane saber is quite cheap. It only costs 500 million high-grade spirit stones, 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, 10 spiritual pearls, a bottle of void-breaching pills, or a level 6 formation disc." Qin Feng was speechless. The waiter seemed a little embarrassed. The price he quoted was definitely not cheap. At least 80% of the cultivators in the South Pingzhou continent could not afford this green crane saber. Qin Feng thought that it was just as he had guessed. A mid-grade true weapon would not be cheap. However, he was still shocked when he heard the quoted price. It was higher than he had expected. In fact, the price of spirit stones in the divine supreme continent was similar to Chinese yuan. 500 million spirit stones could be seen as 500 million Chinese yuan. How many people in China could earn 500 million Chinese yuan in their lifetime? Moreover, this green crane saber required 100 supreme-grade spirit stones and 10 spiritual pearls. Qin Feng had only collected 20 to 30 supreme-grade spirit stones. As for spiritual pearls, they were even rarer. When he found the creation chapter in the 5 Elements Mountain, he found 8 spiritual pearls. However, he used them up when he set up the formation at the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce. Now he did not even have a single spiritual pearl. The void-breaching pill and level 6 formation disc were not things that ordinary cultivators could get their hands on. "Senior, do you think the price is acceptable? If it is, I can give you a slight discount," the waiter asked carefully, afraid that the deal would fall through. Qin Feng hadn't come to buy the green crane saber from the start. His gaze vaguely fell on the palm-sized accessory hanging from the hilt of the green crane saber. It looked like a token, but it was completely black. Normal people would definitely not pay attention to this token because they couldn't sense any spiritual energy from it at all. It was practically trash compared to the most common, low-grade spirit stone. However, the treasure that the spirit-seeking bug had sensed was this trash token. This made Qin Feng feel helpless. "Little pig, is the spirit-seeking bug reliable?" Qin Feng communicated telepathically. Little pig replied, "Master, don't worry. Although the spirit-seeking bug has no other uses, it is the #1 treasure-seeking bug on the divine supreme continent. Any treasure it finds is of the highest grade." Hearing this, Qin Feng regained his spirits. He pretended to be calm and said, "This green crane saber is indeed good. Unfortunately, the price is too high. It is beyond my budget." A trace of disappointment flashed in the waiter's eyes. It seemed that this huge transaction was not going to happen. Qin Feng pointed at the accessory hanging on the hilt of the green crane blade and continued, "Ahem! But at least I've seen what the green crane saber looks like. This can be considered as my fate with this saber. I'd like to buy the pendant on the green crane saber as a souvenir. Is that okay?" The waiter was stunned. He had worked in the Panshan Market's Xingkuan Weapon Workshop for more than 10 years. But this was the first time he had met such a strange customer. He didn't buy weapons, but instead bought pendants for weapons. So this guy was a poor loser. Brother, our shop doesn't have that kind of rule. Sorry. The waiter's attitude changed, and he no longer called Qin Feng Sr. In fact, he seemed a bit impatient. Qin Feng casually took out 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones and piled them up in the corner of the room. I'll pay 100,000 spirit stones for that pendant. I just want to keep it as a souvenir. In a few years, I'll come here again. If this green crane saber is still here, I'll definitely buy it. The waiter stared at the pile of spirit stones in the corner. His small eyes shone brightly. To him, that accessory was worthless. It was just an ornament. In the end, the cultivator in front of him was willing to pay 100,000 spirit stones for it. This was even more generous than buying the green crane saber. Haha. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll bring a jade box over and help you pack the accessory. The waiter was a chameleon. However, Qin Feng did not care about this at all. Seeing that the strange token was in his hands, he was secretly excited. Soon, the jade box was brought over and the accessory was packed properly. Qin Feng took the jade box and turned to leave. Even the waiter could not keep up with his footsteps. What a strange person. Spending 100,000 spirit stones for a lousy ornament. Is his brain split by a sword? The waiter muttered as he looked at the spirit stones in his storage ring. He was secretly delighted. He planned to keep these 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones for himself. Later, he would find a random jade pendant and hang it on the green crane saber. He believed that no one would notice. However, just as he was feeling pleased, a group of people rushed in. When the waiter saw this group of people, he was so scared that he immediately went to greet them. Elder Su, why are you here? The man in the lead looked to be in his 30s, but the waiter knew that he had eaten a beautifying pill. This person's actual age was probably over 100 years old. He was one of the elders of the Xinkuan sect. The Xinkuan sect was very famous in the entire South Flat State. It was a 6-star sect and a blacksmith sect. The Xinkuan Weapon Workshop was a business chain created by the Xinkuan sect, and its stores were almost all over the South Flat State. The Xinkuan Weapon Workshop in the Panshan Market was not big, but it was not small either. Usually, the elders of the sect rarely came. Today, Su Wumian brought a group of disciples here. It was obvious that something big had happened. Did a batch of sabers arrive from the main workshop a few days ago? Su Wumian's face was cold. Her aura was as vast as the ocean. The waiter's body trembled uncontrollably. He immediately replied, Yes, Elder Su. Half a month ago, a batch of high-quality sabers arrived from the Xinkuan Weapon Workshop headquarters. Among them was a middle-grade immortal weapon, the green crane saber. Hearing green crane saber, Su Wumian's eyes lit up. Where's the saber? You didn't sell it, did you? The waiter realized that there was definitely something wrong with the green crane saber. He let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, the stupid cultivator only bought the pendant and not the green crane saber. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to report to Su Wumian. Not sold, not sold. I'll take Elder Su to see the green crane saber now. The group went up to the second floor. Su Wumian saw the green crane saber immediately. Her face immediately darkened. What's going on? A pendant on the saber hilt? Pendant? The waiter's heart tightened. A trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. He immediately took out a jade pendant from his storage ring and smiled. Haha, Elder Su, the pendant is here. At that time, I felt that the grade of this middle-grade immortal weapon was too high. Putting this jade pendant on it would lower the value of the green crane saber. So I removed the pendant. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wumian slapped him. This seemingly simple move directly caused the waiter to do a backflip and fall to the ground. Don't play tricks with me. The pendant is a turtle plate. Where did you put it? Su Wumian roared like thunder. No matter how stupid the waiter was, he understood that the pendant on the green crane saber was definitely a treasure. No wonder the cultivator in front only bought the pendant and not the saber. At that time, he thought the cultivator was stupid. But now, the waiter suddenly realized that he was the big idiot. "Elder Sue, please spare my life." A cultivator in front spent 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to buy the pendant. "I didn't touch a single spirit stone. I'll give it all to Elder Sue." The waiter took out the spirit stones from his storage ring, but Su Wumian didn't even look at them. Su Wumian's expression was extremely cold, and with a wave of his sleeve, the waiter was sent flying into the wall. "You idiot! That pendant is even more valuable than this green crane saber. You sold it for 100,000 spirit stones? Are you tired of living?" "Ah, Elder Sue, this lowly one doesn't know. Please spare this lowly one." The waiter was dumbfounded. Wasn't it just an inconspicuous pendant? Did she have to make it sound so mysterious? At that moment, Su Wumian just wanted to slap the waiter to death. But he still wanted to keep the waiter alive because only the waiter had seen Qin Feng's face. "Draw out the cultivator's face immediately. If you don't find him in the end, you will still die." Su Wumian's voice was cold. Qin Feng took the pendant and left quickly. By now, he was already more than 10 streets away. He still didn't know that Xing Kuan had sent an elder to capture him. He also didn't know that the elder had already stepped into the body condensation realm. If he knew this, Qin Feng would have immediately escaped with the soaring cloud all. Qin Feng found that every street was filled with people. It was as lively as the New Year. He didn't rush to ask others. Instead, he studied the token that he just got. "Master, the system has found it. This is the shell of a level 9 spirit beast, the spirit tortoise. It is an extremely rare level 9 crafting material." Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feng was shocked. He didn't think that this inconspicuous black token was a level 9 material. He had forged a few cultivation weapons before, so he had some understanding of crafting materials. The main material he used to forge the supreme rank cultivation weapon was White Spirit's feather. White Spirit's feather was only a level 8 crafting material. The spirit tortoise's shell was a level 9 crafting material. Qin Feng even wondered if he could forge an immortal weapon with level 9 materials. But as soon as this thought popped up, it was ruthlessly extinguished by Little Pig. "Master, don't think too much. Spirit beast materials can only be used to forge spiritual weapons and cultivation weapons. Only immortal beast materials can be used to forge immortal weapons or sacred weapons. Divine weapons can only be forged with divine beast materials." There was a lot of information in this explanation. Qin Feng suddenly realized that the beast race was divided into spirit beasts, immortal beasts, and divine beasts. In other words, the level 7 sea beasts he encountered in the Fallen God Sea, and the level 8 spirit beasts, the green-skinned snow devil, and the white spirit divine bird in the secret territory of the White Spirit Mountain were only spirit beasts. However, a level 8 spirit beast was already comparable to an empty god stage powerhouse. If it was a level 9 spirit beast, it would probably have the strength of a body condensation realm cultivator. What about immortal beasts? How powerful were divine beasts? Before this, Qin Feng was still wondering how the great calamity of the beast race happened on the divine supreme continent 1,000 years ago. Only now did he realize the true strength of the beast race. At the same time, he also realized a serious problem. The Heaven Rainbow in the system's limited edition interface was an immortal weapon. In that case, didn't he have to find the main materials to forge the Heaven Rainbow from immortal beasts? "Master, this level 9 spirit tortoise shell isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. There's a layer of divine scent seal on it," Little Pig said. Chapter 1854. Previously, Qin Feng realized that this turtle token had no spiritual qi at all. It was even worse than the lowest grade spirit stones in the divine continent. But now he understood that there was a spirit consciousness seal on the turtle token. When Qin Feng tried to break the seal, he realized that he couldn't do it at all. From the looks of it, The spirit consciousness on the turtle token was at least left behind by a hollow god or even higher cultivator. The grade 9 spirit turtle shell was originally a top-grade material for forging artifacts, and a powerful cultivator had even added a seal on it. Just what kind of secret was hidden inside? Qin Feng couldn't figure it out. "Brat, raise your face." Just as Qin Feng put away the turtle token, a cultivator in a white robe with a starry sky embroidered on his chest pushed him. The cultivator held a portrait in his hand. He looked at the portrait and then at Qin Feng. "It's not you. Go away." With that, he went to check on the next person. Qin Feng saw the portrait in the man's hand. It was his face. Although it was only 80% similar, he could still recognize it at a glance. What the hell are these people doing? Where are they from? Look at how crazy they are. Many cultivators who were checked were unhappy and grumbled. Someone said with a suppressed voice, "Lower your voices. Those masters are disciples of Shinkuin sect." Shinkuin sect is a 6-star sect in the South Flat Continent. Their Shinkuin weapon workshops are all over the South Flat Continent. When the identity of Shinkuin sect was reported, the people who were complaining immediately shut up. Qin Feng's heart was in turmoil. No matter how stupid he was, he could guess that Shinkuin sect was looking for him. The reason was most likely related to the level 9 spirit turtle shell. For a moment, Qin Feng was glad that he was careful. After leaving the Shinkuin weapon workshop, he immediately changed to Qiao Feng's identity. He didn't expect that this narrow-mindedness would actually save his life. However, he didn't understand. Since Shinkuin sect knew about the level 9 spirit turtle shell, why did the waiter still sell it to him? After selling it, they mobilized the entire city to search for him. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? No matter what, since he had obtained the level 9 spirit turtle shell, Qin Feng didn't plan on returning it. After all, only the waiter had seen his face. Now that he had changed to Qiao Feng's identity, he believed that Shinkuin sect wouldn't be able to find him. "Brother, are you also here to participate in the exploration of the 13 palaces?" A gray-haired old man in his 50s came over. Qin Feng was instantly on guard. He had just arrived at the South Flat Continent and didn't know anyone. It was definitely right to be on his guard. After sizing up the little old man, Qin Feng realized that the little old man had already stepped into the empty god realm. Because the little old man's aura was extremely similar to Bai Xiaofeng's, the two of them probably had similar cultivation bases. "What's the matter, senior?" This was the first time Qin Feng had heard of the 13 palaces, but he didn't ask too much. He didn't want to reveal that he wasn't a cultivator of the South Flat Continent. He suddenly realized something. Pan Shan City Square was filled with people. These cultivators were probably here to participate in the 13 Palaces expedition. Hee. Little brother, there is no need to be nervous. I can see that you are alone. You should be a loose cultivator, right? Qin Feng nodded. The man's eyes flashed as he continued. You must know that it is very difficult for loose cultivators to enter the 13 palaces unless they join a sect. Only then would they have a greater chance of entering the 13 palaces. Qin Feng had no idea what the 13 palaces were, but he didn't dare to ask. He felt that all the cultivators of the South Flat Continent should know about the 13 palaces. If he asked, his identity would be exposed. What do you want to say? Qin Feng pretended to be calm. Let me introduce myself first. I am the Ancient Cauldron Sect's elder, Hong Fei. You should have heard of the Ancient Cauldron Sect. It is a 5-star sect in the Qingqing region. Qin Feng didn't know about the Ancient Cauldron Sect. He didn't even know where the Qingqing was. Hong Fei continued. My sect has 50 slots to enter the 13 palaces. If you want to go, I can help you fight for one. Why do you want to help me? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Hong Fei smiled and said, Of course, I won't help you for free. Before I help you, you have to do me a favor. Follow me to an ancient martial relic. We will split the treasures we obtain. You don't have to worry about me having any ill intentions. This is because there are 7 people including you in the team. We don't know each other. If you are willing, we can set off now." Qin Feng's interest was piqued. He had always been interested in the ancient martial relic. Back in the northern Sand Continent, he had a fortuitous encounter in a few ancient martial relic. He even found the nature-defying creation of heaven and earth skill in the relic. However, Qin Feng was a little worried. Who knew if Hong Fei was telling the truth? After thinking for a while, he decided to follow Hong Fei. This was because he urgently needed an opportunity to break through. Only by quickly increasing his strength could he return to the northern Sand Continent to take revenge. They didn't speak along the way. Hong Fei brought Qin Feng out of the Pan Shan Market Square and into a straw hut in the wilderness. There were 5 people sitting in the hut, cultivating. When the 2 of them entered the hut, the 5 of them opened their eyes. "Haha, sorry to keep everyone waiting. We have found the last explorer. We can set off now. The rules are the same as before. If we really find any treasures in the ancient martial relic, we will split them evenly. Does anyone have any questions?" The few of them did not speak. It seemed like there were no questions. From the expressions of the 5 people in the hut, Qin Feng was sure that they did not know each other. However, there was a couple in the hut. When the 2 of them cultivated, they would sit together and cultivate. The 7 of them set off. Hong Fei led the way at the front, while Qin Feng purposely walked at the back. If he felt that something was wrong, he could escape immediately. After a round of inspection, Qin Feng found out the cultivation of the 6 people. Among the 6 of them, Hong Fei had the highest cultivation. However, he was unable to determine which level of the empty god realm he was at. As for the other 5, they were all at the true spirit realm. The 4 male cultivators were all at the peak of true spirit realm 9, and only the female cultivator was at true spirit realm 4. Qin Feng was even more confused. He could not understand why Hong Fei would bring him, a Buddha Aura 7 Changes cultivator, into the team. Based on the overall strength of the team, he would be a burden if he were to join. "Little brother, you are also a loose cultivator, right?" On the way, a middle-aged man with a full beard took the initiative to speak to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. The man continued, "I am Black Pockmark, also a loose cultivator. Do you know Elder Hong Fei?" "I don't know him. He just pulled me here from Pan Shan Market," Qin Feng said truthfully. The man called Black Pockmark heaved a sigh of relief. He did not know Hong Fei and was pulled into the team at the last minute, like Qin Feng. It seemed like he was prepared. When he found out that Qin Feng's situation was similar to his, he was slightly relieved. "Then let's be companions. We can take care of each other," Black Pockmark said with a smile. This person had a fat head and big ears. He looked happy and his face was full of pockmarks. As for his name, Black Pockmark, it was probably a nickname. Qin Feng did not know his real name. Qin Feng would not let his guard down just because this person looked friendly. However, Qin Feng did not reject him since he took the initiative to be friendly. "I am Qiao Feng. I came here in a hurry and did not ask about Elder Hong's situation. Where are we going to the ancient martial relic? I came here the day before yesterday. It is said that it is around Panlong Mountain. Elder Hong found an ancient martial relic there. It should be quite big. It is dangerous to go there alone, so he found a group of cultivators to go with him," Black Pockmark said. This was not the first time Qin Feng had been pulled into a team for an adventure. Back then, he was pulled into a team by Han Xin and the others in the Violet Cloud Valley Mystic Realm. In the end, there was a 7-star formation there, and Han Xin and the others had sent him to his death. Now that he had joined the team again, Qin Feng was always on guard. He always felt that Hong Fei was a little strange. This old man was not as kind as he looked. After talking about the team, Qin Feng intentionally or unintentionally brought the topic to Pan Shan Market. Actually, he wanted to ask about the 13 palaces, but he could not ask directly. "Senior Black, Why did you come to Panshan Market? Of course, I came to join the 13 Palaces exploration team. I believe that all the cultivators who come to Panshan Market have the same goal. Brother Chiao is the same. Black Pockmark smiled. Qin Feng pretended to be calm and said, That's right. I was going to join the 13 Palaces exploration team, but I didn't expect to join everyone's team. It's okay, Brother Chiao. The 13 Palaces will open in a week. This time, we will take at most 3 days. We will definitely make it in time. When Qin Feng heard that Black Pockmark planned to go to the 13 Palaces, he was confused. He heard from Hong Fei that the exploration team that wanted to enter the 13 Palaces needed to join a sect first. However, Black Pockmark said that he was a loose cultivator. How could he go to the 13 Palaces? As if he saw Qin Feng's confusion, Black Pockmark smiled and said, Brother Chiao, we are the same. Didn't Elder Hong agree to give you a spot in the 13 Palaces after the exploration? Qin Feng nodded, but he had some doubts in his heart. Although he did not know what kind of place the 13 Palaces was, he could guess from the prosperity of Panshan Market that it was definitely a good place. The spots to enter this kind of place were very precious. Hong Fei was just a little elder of the ancient tomb sect. How could he have the authority to privately arrange this many spots? Although Qin Feng did not ask the other team members, he could guess that Hong Fei had promised them the same thing. This time it was 6 spots. Hong Fei had said that the entire ancient cauldron sect only had 50 spots. Senior Black, do you have confidence in the 13 Palaces exploration? Qin Feng put aside his messy thoughts. He wanted to find out more information about the 13 Palaces. Black Pockmark's always smiling face became serious. Brother Chiao, I won't hide it from you. I'm at the peak of the true spirit realm, so I can only protect myself in the 13 Palaces. The 13 Palaces have a total of 13 areas, and the deeper you go, the more dangerous it will be, but there will also be more treasures. My goal is to enter the 3rd palace. I don't dare think about going deeper. Chapter 1855. Qin Feng was shocked. He thought that the 13 Palaces were this powerful. Even peak true spirit realm cultivators could only protect themselves, and they only dared to enter the 3rd palace. Then how terrifying were the palaces behind them? However, Qin Feng's understanding of the 13 Palaces was too little. He didn't even know what kind of place it was. Was it made up of 13 palaces? How were the palaces connected to each other? It was a good thing that the black pockmarked man continued to say, looking at little Brother Chiao's expression, You haven't been to the 13 Palaces before. Don't think that peak true spirit realm is powerful. You have to know that there are many body condensation realm cultivators that fall in the 13 Palaces. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called one of the 8 danger zones of the South Flat State. Actually, this is my first time going there to explore, but I've heard from many seniors about the 13 Palaces. It's said that there are 13 areas inside, and each area is independent. However, if you want to enter the later areas, you have to find the array entrance from the previous area. The more you go to the later layers, the more dangerous it is. It's said that the South Flat State has existed for tens of thousands of years, but the number of cultivators that can enter the 13th layer can be counted on one hand. As long as you can enter the 9th layer, you will be considered a peak expert and will benefit greatly. This was a very detailed introduction of the 13 Palaces. Qin Feng originally came to the Panshan Market to find Qin Shi and the others, but now he was interested in the 13 Palaces. This kind of danger was bound to be accompanied by opportunities, so what Qin Feng needed now was opportunities. Unknowingly, the group arrived at the foot of a large mountain. The mountain peaks were endless, and from a distance, it looked like a giant dragon circling the earth. Hong Fei suddenly stopped and looked at the mountain in front of him as he said, Fellow cultivators, we've arrived at Panlong Mountain. There are many fierce beasts around here, so everyone should follow each other. If we meet a low-level fierce beast, just kill it, and if we meet a high-level fierce beast, try to avoid it. Everyone nodded. On the way here, the black pockmarked man had already introduced the other people to Qin Feng. The pair of cultivators was called Bo Swanjin, and the woman was called Yang Tao. The bearded male cultivator was called Qi Yang. There was another person wearing a mask on his face. That mask was obviously a pretty good treasure. When Qin Feng looked at his face, he felt like he was looking at flowers in a fog. When he turned his head, he would completely forget that person's appearance. This guy was called Peng Ge. Everyone followed Hong Fei up the mountain. Along the way, they encountered a few Class 5 green snakes and a dozen or so Class 4 gray wolves. However, the strength of these beasts was obviously not enough, and they were easily killed by everyone. When they were halfway up the mountain, a cave appeared in front of them. Hong Fei's eyes lit up as he said, "This is the entrance to the ancient martial ruins. This is the mark I made the last time I was here." Qin Feng looked in the direction of Hong Fei's finger. There was a cauldron carved at the entrance of the cave. It was the same as the cauldron embroidered on Hong Fei's chest. When they saw the mark, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the ancient warrior ruins that Hong Fei had mentioned were true. His purpose of looking for them was indeed to explore the ruins. The crowd that had been silent along the way started to speak. "Elder Hong, when did you discover this place? How can you be sure that it is an ancient warrior ruins inside?" Qi Yang, who had a full beard, asked, "I came here 3 months ago to look for a place to break through and accidentally found this cave. I originally planned to go into the cave to break through, but I didn't expect that there would be a Class 6 formation at the entrance of the cave. A normal cave would not have such a formation, so I guess that this is an ancient warrior ruins. Even if it is not a ruin, it must be a place where a powerful senior cultivator went into seclusion. There must be a lot of treasures inside." Hong Fei's explanation was very reasonable. Qi Yang had already hit the entrance of the cave with his palm. A wall flashed and blocked Qi Yang's ferocious palm energy. Everyone believed that there was indeed a formation at the entrance of the cave, and it was not an ordinary formation. Among the crowd, only Qin Feng was proficient in formations. He knew that Hong Fei was right. There was indeed a Class 6 master formation at the entrance of the cave. As for what kind of formation it was, Qin Feng could not understand it at the moment. "Elder Hong, a Class 6 formation has reached the level of a master formation. None of us here understand formations, so how can we enter the cave?" Bo Swanjin asked. "Brother Bu, don't worry. Although we don't understand this formation, I can feel that the aura of the formation is very weak. This formation has probably existed for 100 years, so I gathered everyone here to break the formation together." Hearing that it was a formation that had existed for 100 years, the crowd's eyes flashed with joy. Since this formation was so powerful, they believed that the treasures in the cave would not be too bad. Peng Ge, who was wearing a mask, said, "I'm not worried about breaking the formation. Elder Hong has already entered the empty God realm, and we have 4 cultivators at the peak of the true spirit realm. Breaking the formation is only a matter of time. I'm worried that when we break the formation or enter the cave, what if other cultivators come? After all, Panlong Mountain is not remote, and there are often cultivators who come here to train or break through." Many people frowned. Peng Ji's worries were not unfounded. Before everyone could think of a solution, Peng Gu continued, "How about this? After we break the formation, I'll stand guard outside while everyone goes in to search for treasures." His suggestion was immediately accepted by everyone. After all, to everyone, there were treasures in the cave. If Peng Ge did not enter the cave, there would be one less person to split the treasures. Even if they still had to give Peng Ge some things after this, the truly good treasures would definitely be taken by everyone. However, Qin Feng did not understand what Peng Ge was doing. They did not know each other, so why would this guy be so kind? What made Qin Feng the most suspicious was that Peng Ge only suggested to stand guard outside the cave, but he did not even mention sharing some of the treasures with everyone. This did not make sense at all. No matter what, Qin Feng saw that everyone had agreed, so he did not question Peng Ge. That would only bring him unnecessary trouble. After everyone discussed, they prepared to break the formation. Qin Feng purposely stood at the back to see what Hong Fei was going to do. However, he found out that the old man was actually lying. Perhaps he really did not understand formations, but he knew about the formation in front of him. Peng Ge, go to the northwest corner. Brother Bu, stand over there with Yang Tao. Brother Black Pockmarked, you go to the front. Hong Fei began to arrange the positions. After everyone was arranged, he arranged for Qin Feng to stand at the easternmost corner. Qin Feng suddenly had the same feeling as when he broke the 7-star formation with Hu Sui and the others at White Spirit Mountain. However, he still could not see through the formation in front of him. This feeling was not good. It was like knowing that there was an assassin hiding in the dark, but not being able to find the assassin. Master, you should buy the formation compendium. It will be very helpful for you to improve your formation skills in the future. Little Pig suggested at this crucial moment. Qin Feng immediately entered the system and found the formation compendium in his inventory. This secret manual was the same price as the medicinal compendium, which was 500,000 hedonist points. After Qin Feng thought about the usage of the medicinal compendium, he bought the formation compendium without hesitation. Ding! Host has spent 500,000 hedonist points and successfully bought the formation compendium. Total hedonist points 1,429,000. Host needs 2 million hedonist points to advance to rank 9 hedonist mortal. Host, keep up the good work. Qin Feng flipped through the formation compendium briefly after he got his hands on it. This secret manual recorded a lot of information about formations and the methods to break them. He immediately searched for the characteristics of the formation in the cave. Soon, he found the corresponding formation in the formation compendium. The formation at the entrance of the cave was a rank 6 master formation called the 7 Snakes Formation. The 7 Snakes Formation was similar to the 7-star formation in that there was a killing formation hidden within the defensive formation. After he figured out the 7 Snakes Formation, Qin Feng immediately realized that Hong Fei was up to no good. He knew the existence of the 7 Snakes Formation, which was why he gathered 6 cultivators to search for treasures with him. At the same time, Qin Feng also understood why Hong Fei dragged him, a Buddha's light stage cultivator, into the group. It was because Hong Fei arranged the position of the killing formation for him, and that old man only dragged him to make up the numbers to break the formation. After he figured out the situation, Qin Feng suppressed the anger in his heart. However, he pretended to stand at the position of the killing formation as if he didn't notice anything. Fellow Taoists, are you ready? Hong Fei shouted. Yes. Then let's start breaking the formation. Everyone just needs to attack in the direction of my attack. Although this formation has weakened, it is still a rank 6 master formation. Everyone, don't hold back and break the formation as soon as possible to find the treasures. Then you can return to Pan Shan Market and participate in the exploration of the 13 palaces. Hong Fei's words were filled with temptation. Whether it was the treasures in the ancient martial ruins or the 13 palaces, they were things that everyone wanted. Therefore, when Hong Fei made his first palm strike, everyone immediately launched a fierce attack. Looking at their stance, they really didn't hold back. The joint attack of a Void God Realm spiritual master and 4 peak True Spirit Realm spiritual masters was incomparably fierce. In just half a day, the 6th level 7 snake array was already showing cracks. Seeing this, Hong Fei shouted out in pleasant surprise, "The array is about to break. Everyone put in more effort." Rumble. For a moment, all kinds of attacks rained down like rain, and Qin Feng was no exception. He kept attacking fiercely, but he suppressed his strength to the level of a cultivator with 7 transformations of Buddha aura. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. An entire mountain peak shook violently. The 6th level 7-snake formation was broken. Puff! A person flew out and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. The crowd was stunned, and Pongu rushed over first. Elder Hong, are you okay? The others also ran over. Huh? Isn't the formation broken? Why is Elder Hong injured? This formation is strange. There should be a killing formation hidden inside, but Elder Hong happened to bump into it. Black Pockmark frowned and analyzed. Chapter 1856. Knowing that there was a killing array hidden in the array, the few of them were terrified. At the same time, they were glad that the killing array appeared in Hong Fei's direction. Hong Fei was injured even with his virtual god realm cultivation. If they had encountered the killing array, they might have died immediately. At this moment, only Qin Fen knew the reason for all this. He had copied the method he used on White Spirit Mountain's 7-star array to trick Frost Ginseng and the others. After Hong Fei vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, he immediately took out a few healing elixirs and ate them. After 15 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes and scanned everyone's faces. He was sure that he was not standing in the position of the killing array. The killing array should be in the direction where Qin Fen was standing. However, he could not understand why the killing array had moved to where he was. Hong Fei's first thought was that Qin Fen had secretly changed the array. However, he immediately dispelled this thought. With Qin Fen's 7 changes Buddha aura, he was at most less than 100 years old. The 7-snake array was a level 6 array. There were only a few level 6 array masters in the entire South Flat continent, and all of them were over 100 years old. It was also because Hong Fei didn't understand formations. He didn't know that changing formations and breaking them were 2 completely different concepts. Although Qin Fen couldn't break a level 6 formation by himself, changing a level 6 formation was a piece of cake. Elder Hong, are you all right? Seeing Hong Fei stand up, everyone surrounded him and said some polite words. Hong Fei analyzed everyone in his mind, but in the end he could not determine who was the one who had secretly done this. Don't worry, everyone. My injuries are fine. Fortunately, the hidden killing array landed on me. If it had landed on any of you, even if you did not die, you would have been severely injured. Hong Fei lied without changing his expression. A few of them were touched, but Qin Fen was filled with disdain. Elder Hong is indeed a senior. Your magnanimity is worth learning from. Since Elder Hong is injured, we will let Elder Hong choose the treasures we find in the cave later. Hong Fei waved his hand and smiled. Don't stand on ceremony. It is fate that we came together. Now that the array at the entrance is broken, let's go in together. Everyone could not wait. Pongu stood out and said, as discussed earlier, you guys go in. I will keep watch at the entrance. If anything happens, I will use my flying sword to send a message to you. The cave was pitch black, and a gust of cold wind blew out. Hong Fei was leading the way at the front, holding 2 luminous pearls in his hands. It seemed like he was prepared for this trip. The terrain of this cave was somewhat similar to the Bailing Spirit Mountain that Qin Fen had gone to. Qiyang and the black pockmarked man felt fear in their hearts. The deeper they went into the cave, the stronger the chilly wind became. This chilly wind was very strange. It could actually penetrate the Zhan Yuan shield of a true spirit realm cultivator. When the chilly wind entered their bodies, they could not help but shiver. Elder Hong, this doesn't look like an ancient martial arts relic. It looks more like a cave abode for monstrous beasts to cultivate. The black pockmarked man stopped in his tracks. Qiyang followed and said, there is no strong spiritual qi in the cave, but there is a gust of evil wind. I feel that we will reach the end if we go on. Because of their words, everyone became nervous, but they heard Hong Fei say, don't be afraid, everyone. Since we are already here, let's go to the end first. Even if there are demonic beasts, I will be here. I won't let anyone's lives be threatened. Hearing Hong Fei's words, they gave up the idea of retreating. After all, They had been busy for half a day to enter the cave. No one was willing to leave empty-handed. After walking for a while, Hong Fei suddenly shouted, "Oh no!" Before the people behind him could react, a huge black shadow flew out of the cave. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it hit Qin Feng and the others and sent them flying. Hiss! 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 An ear-piercing sound came from the cave, like the sound of a snake hissing. Under the impact of the black shadow, almost everyone flew into the air. Qin Feng directly hit the rock wall at the top of the cave. Suddenly, the rock layer broke, and Qin Feng spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He felt that his internal organs were about to be spat out. The others didn't fare much better. Black pockmark flew to the side of the rock wall, and the ordinary spiritual armor on his body shattered on the spot. Qiyang was screaming. It turned out that, in a moment of desperation, he had grabbed the black shadow and was currently sitting on it while being thrown around. The female cultivator of the couple was the most injured. She was hit on the top of the cave and fell down. She fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. "What is that thing?" Black pockmark finally gasped, his voice trembling. Bo Swanjin didn't have time to care about that monster. He immediately flew to Yang Tao and fed him a few medicinal pills. Qi Yang's voice came out. "It looks like a giant python. I'm sitting on it." Actually, Qi Yang didn't need to say much. Everyone could see the silhouette of the giant creature. At this moment, the black shadow jumped out, and its huge body almost filled the entire cave. It was indeed a giant python. To be more precise, it was a level 7 demonic beast with a dragon's head. This demonic beast had a snake's body and a dragon's head. It looked extremely strange. When they recognized it, Black Pockmark and the others started to tremble uncontrollably. A normal level 7 spirit beast has the strength of a true spirit realm cultivator. However, this dragon-head black python is the king of the level 7 beasts. Even an empty god realm cultivator can kill it. I told you that this cave isn't an ancient martial relic. It's most likely hiding a demonic beast. Now, we can't escape even if we want to. Where's Elder Hong Fei? Why is he missing? The crowd was thrown into disarray by the appearance of the dragon-head black python. At this moment, a white figure flew over. Before the figure arrived, the palm print had already filled up half of the cave. The golden palm print quickly descended and hit the dragon-head black python's head. Boom! There was a loud explosion, followed by the strange cry of the black python. Originally, when this dragon-headed black python appeared, it did not attack anyone. When it rushed out, its attack seemed to be just a show of force. However, when Hong Fei's palm landed, it completely angered this level 7 monster. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The strange cry was ear-piercing, as if there was something scratching at the bottom of everyone's hearts. The black python swung its body, bringing with it a chilly wind that once again sent them flying. Qin Feng tried his best to escape, but he couldn't escape. When the cold wind rose, Qin Feng felt a huge suction force pulling him in. He couldn't escape at all. Elder Hong, this demonic beast is too ferocious. Don't provoke it. Let's quickly escape, shouted the black pockmarked man. Qi Yang immediately added, "There are no ancient martial relics here. This is the black python's forbidden area for cultivation. We have invaded its territory, which is why it is so irritable. As long as we leave, I believe it will not chase after us." Chapter 1857. Boom! As soon as the two of them finished talking, Hong Fei's palm fell again. The cave shook and rocks fell. The black python was completely enraged. "Elder Hong, what are you doing?" Black Pockmark and the others were also angry. "My friends, don't be afraid. With me here, a level 7 black python is nothing to be afraid of. This cave is full of twists and turns. It is not easy to escape. It is better to kill the black python." Hong Fei's reason was quite far-fetched. If there was an ancient warrior relic in this cave, it would be reasonable for them to risk their lives to fight the black python. But now, everyone could see that this was the habitat of the black python. Although they were unhappy they had no way out. The black python was rampaging in the cave. It was obvious that it did not want to let them out. Chiyang screamed. He was thrown away by the black python. The force of the black python was so great that Chiyang's body was smashed into the rock wall. A giant shadow flashed. This time, the black python rushed towards Bo Swanjin and Yang Tao. Yang Tao was seriously injured. She was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the cave. Bo Swanjin's expression changed. He did not run away at this critical moment. He jumped in front of Yang Tao. "You evil creature, get out of my way!" Bo Swanjin roared. A black umbrella appeared in front of him. The black umbrella was originally the size of a palm, but it suddenly became bigger and blocked the entire passage. Qin Feng was blocked on Bo Swanjin's side. Qin Fen was blocked on Bo Swanjin's side, and the place where he was hit was not far from Bo Swanjin. He could clearly see that the black umbrella was spinning very fast, rolling up a gust of black wind. The energy of the black wind was violent, and it swept away the rocks on the rock walls and the ceiling of the cave. Wherever it went, it was like a level 10 hurricane. Bang! Bang! When the black wind collided with the dragon-headed black python, a series of chaotic sounds rang out. The black python let out an angry roar and actually charged forward while withstanding the black wind's powerful attack. Boom! It was just one hit, but the cave shook violently again. The black umbrella in front of Bo Swanjin suddenly stopped. The black umbrella seemed to require a large amount of true essence to rotate. When the black umbrella stopped, Bo Swanjin spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately supported his body and urged his true essence to rotate the black umbrella again. The black wind surged, and the black python with the dragon head screamed again, but it did not retreat at all. It continued to charge forward against the pressure of the black wind. After a few charges, Bo Swanjin could not take it anymore. With a loud explosion, the black umbrella exploded into pieces and fell to the ground. Bo Swanjin flew to Qin Fen's side. "Brother Qiao Feng, I can't hold on much longer. Please save my beloved wife and bring her out alive." Bo Swanjin looked at Qin Feng with a pleading expression. He looked helpless. He probably thought that Qin Feng couldn't even protect himself, so it was impossible for him to bring Yang Tao out. However, he just so happened to land next to Qin Feng. Furthermore, he was so severely injured that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Bo Swanjin was at his wit's end, so he placed his only hope on Qin Feng. "Brother Qiao, you came here to find a place to go to the 13 palaces, right? Don't count on Hong Fei, that old thief. Although I don't know why he tricked everyone to come here. He definitely won't keep his promise. If you can bring Yang Tao out alive, I have a way to help you get a place." Qin Feng was really interested in the 13 palaces. He planned to return to Pan Shan Market after this ancient warrior ruins exploration was over. Plus, he already knew that there was something wrong with Hong Fei. He didn't believe that the old man would give him a place. However, the black python with the dragon head was too strong. If Qin Feng didn't take out the 100-mile light sniper, he would be in trouble. But when he thought about the place to go to the 13 palaces, he was tempted. "Okay, I'll try my best." Qin Feng quickly made a decision. "The reason why I'm helping Brother Bo is not just because of the place. Brother Bo's feelings for Sister Yang are very deep. It's very touching." Qin Feng's voice was still floating in the air. His body had already turned into a black shadow and shot out. After the black python broke through Bo Lianjin's black umbrella, it rushed towards Yang Tao. As for the black umbrella, Qin Feng had looked at it carefully. He was sure that it was at least a low-grade true weapon. He didn't expect it to be destroyed by the black python. Thinking about it, he felt that it was a pity. However, it was clearly not the time to think about this. Qin Feng leaped and appeared in front of Yang Tao. While in the air, he slashed with his saber. Rumble. The dark cave was illuminated by a golden light. Qin Feng didn't dare to use the Zhen Yi sword and the Dragon Quake spear. Those were high-grade true weapons and would definitely attract everyone's attention. Although the situation was very dangerous, he didn't think that he would be forced to use his trump card. There was a loud explosion. Qin Feng used 70% of his strength in that slash. Even a cultivator at the early stage of the true spirit realm would be killed by his slash. However, the black python's body only swayed slightly. Then, it immediately flew over again. Qin Feng was shocked by the power of this rank 7 demonic beast. Before he could regain his senses, the black python's huge dragon head was already close to him. However, there was another loud explosion, and the black python was forced to take a few steps back. Brother Qiao, don't be in a daze. How is Brother Qi Yang's injury? Why isn't Elder Hong Fei helping? Since we can't escape, then let's join hands and kill this demonic beast. It turned out that the black pockmarked man had rushed over to save Qin Feng. He was holding a pair of golden axes in his hands. When the axes fell, half of the cave was filled with violent axe chi. The loud sound was earth-shattering. It felt like the cave was about to collapse. Just as his voice fell, a black shadow flashed. It was Qi Yang who landed beside the two of them. Another white shadow flew directly towards the dragon head black python. It was Hong Fei, who had disappeared for a long time. When he appeared again, he didn't say anything. From his posture, it seemed like he wanted to fight to the death with the black python. Elder Hong, what are you doing? The impact of this demonic beast is not inferior to an early stage nihility god realm cultivator. We should mainly attack from afar. It is best not to get close. Qi Yang and the black pockmarked man were confused by Hong Fei's actions. They quickly reminded him. However, Hong Fei didn't seem to hear them. He sped up and rushed in front of the black python. Bang! The sound of collision was louder than before. The innermost area of the cave collapsed. Hong Fei was trapped in the ruins. He didn't come out for a long time. The impact was fierce. The dragon head black python seemed to be seriously injured. However, the black python didn't die. It just lay on the ground for a while. Its huge body swayed and shook off the boulders on its body. This evil beast is really lucky. It didn't die. The black pockmarked man's expression was dignified. Qi Yang said, "Is Elder Hong Fei dead? Even he is not a match for the dragon head black python. If we continue to fight, we will die. Let's quickly leave this place. The cave behind us is sealed. How do we get out?" Yang Tao's injuries seemed to have recovered a lot. At this time, she was guarding Bo Swanjin. Chapter 1858. With the black python in front of them, their escape route was blocked. This time, Qin Feng and the others had no other choice. They could only brace themselves and fight with the black python. It seemed that Hong Fei was really dead. After a long time, there was no movement in the ruins. Qin Feng and the others used their divine senses to check the ruins, but there was no sign of life. Although the black python was seriously injured by Hong Fei's palm, its eyes still emitted a strong desire to fight. During this time, no one attacked the black python because everyone was injured in the fight. The cave fell into a standoff. In the darkness, there was a cold wind blowing. Both sides were adjusting their bodies. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Black Pockmark suddenly jumped up with his axe. It seemed that his injury was the lightest. "I will stall this evil beast first. Everyone quickly recover and then help me kill it." Boom! The roar was accompanied by the descent of the axe chi, causing the dragon head black python's body to split open with a thumb-thick gash. This axe chi once again enraged it, and regardless of the condition of its injuries, its body swept out horizontally, bringing with it a shower of gravel. Although it dodged the attack, the black python's body was too big. It directly hit Black Pockmark. The impact was like a car crash. Black Pockmark coughed up blood in the air and fell to the ground, unable to stand up. That black python did not stop. It swung its body again like a huge mountain flying over. Just as it was about to land on the crowd, Chiang raised his sword. Yang Tao raised her jade-like hand and pulled out the long whip from her waist. Her cultivation level was much lower, so her attack was not as ferocious as Chiang's. Quickly send a flying sword message to Pengge. Tell him to open the cave. Bo Swanjin shouted. At this critical moment, he finally thought of Pengge. Everyone's eyes brightened as if they had found a chance of survival. Only Qin Fun's heart was heavy. He had doubts about Peng Ji's idea of guarding the cave entrance. Now that the fight in the cave was so fierce, it was impossible for Pengge not to notice. However, he did not do anything. Clearly, he did not intend to help them. Qi Yang and Yang Tao's attack forced the black python to retreat. Taking advantage of the gap, Qi Yang immediately took out a flying sword to send a message to Pengge. Qin Feng didn't care if the flying sword pierced through the rock and flew out of the cave. He was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, his hands moving quickly. "Brother Chow, what are you doing?" Black Pockmark asked. "Seniors, please stall the black python first. I have a way to kill it." Naturally, Qin Feng was setting up an array. He planned to set up a level 5 trap array. When he first came to the South Plateau continent, Dark Glory had given him many level 5 array discs. Now, it was time to put them to good use. Actually, when Qin Feng was in the Northern Sand region, he had used a rank 5 trap array to kill the Red Flower Hall's Hall Master, Bai Zhanfei. However, Bai Zhanfei was only in the true spirit realm at the time, while the dragon head black python in front of him was comparable to an early stage Nihility God realm cultivator. The rank 5 trap array couldn't trap it for long. However, Qin Feng did not plan to trap it for long. As long as he could temporarily trap it, he believed that with the combined attacks of the peak true spirit cultivators, he would be able to kill it. If it was really difficult to kill it, Qin Feng planned to take out the 100-mile light sniper. However, no one could understand what he was doing because the people in the cave did not understand arrays. Seeing that Qin Feng was not doing anything, Chiang shouted angrily, "Don't waste time. Attack the black python together." Qin Feng did not have time to explain. He could tell that Qi Yang and the others could not hold on for long. If the peak true spirit cultivators lost their ability to fight, he felt that even if he took out the 100-mile light sniper, he would not be able to kill the black python in this narrow cave. "You are really infuriating. If we can get out of here alive today, I will not forgive you." Qi Yang was furious, but he could not deal with Qin Feng. Now that Bo Swanjin and Black Pockmark were resting, he was basically blocking the black python by himself. He was still a bit weaker. After holding on for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the black python's huge body slammed into his abdomen, almost breaking him in half. Yang Tao was not much better. She was blown away by the black python's inchi. Her body hit the hard rock wall, and when she landed, she was unconscious. "Evil creature, Father will go all out with you." Yang Tao's life and death were unknown, so Bo Swanjin was filled with rage. He did not care about the chaotic true essence in his body as he sent out a palm strike. The cave shook again. The power of this palm strike was much weaker than the black umbrella attack from before, but the black python's body was still shaking. It seemed like its injuries had reached a point where it could not hold on much longer. Black Pockmark quickly joined the battle. The two peak true spirit cultivators working together did not have an advantage. The attacks from both sides were getting weaker and weaker, but the injuries they caused were increasing. It was unknown how much blood Bo Swanjin spat out before he fell to the ground. He just happened to fall next to Yang Tao. He grabbed Yang Tao's hand and closed his eyes as he laid down, leaving his life and death up to the heavens. His uncle, Pengge, that lowly person, actually ran away. Seeing that no one had come to help, Black Pockmark realized that it was impossible for Punga to come. At this time he was covered in blood. He was even kneeling on the ground, using his axes to support himself. Looking at the entire cave, Qin Feng's injuries were the lightest. In the fierce battle just now he did not care at all, as if he did not care about anything. Although Qi was very unhappy with his actions, he was amazed at his mental fortitude. Shua! Suddenly, Qin Feng clapped his hands, and countless array flags scattered around the black python's body. The black python seemed to feel something was wrong, and immediately jumped up and rushed towards Qin Feng. But just as it rushed halfway, a light curtain appeared out of thin air. When the black python hit the light curtain, there was a loud bang, and it was blocked. What is going on? Black Pockmark was shocked. He thought he was going to die. Trap array? This is a high-level trap array. Have you been setting it up all this time? Qiang asked one question after another, looking as if he had just woken up. The moment the black python hit the array, Qin Feng could clearly feel the fierce energy, fluctuations of the array. Much of the energy was scattered, causing the trapping effect of the array to weaken. At this moment, he even wanted to take out the ghost face soul banner, but that thing was a ghost cultivator's sacred object. He was afraid that if he took it out, it would make everyone jealous. Seniors, I have set up a level 5 trap array. It can trap the black python for about the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn. Everyone, quickly attack together and kill the black python. The crowd was stunned. When everyone had the mentality of death in their hearts, Qin Feng brought them hope. Black Pockmark had already swung his axe. The fierce axe chi exploded the black python's skin. Qiang saw that the black python was really trapped by the array. After a few attacks, it still could not break through the air barrier. He immediately forced his body to attack. The fierce sword chi fell to the ground like rain. Chapter 1859. Rumble. Suddenly, Bo Swanjin, Qiang, and He Pockmarked joined the battle. Under the joint efforts of the 3 peak true spirit masters, the level 5 trap formation exploded. The entire cave shook violently as if it was going to collapse at any time. The black python could no longer hold on, and its huge body smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Before it died, it looked at Qin Feng resentfully. If it wasn't for Qin Feng's level 5 trap formation, it wouldn't have fallen to such a fate. Almost at the moment when the dragon head black python collapsed, the level 5 trap formation couldn't hold on any longer. It exploded into pieces and fell to the ground. Black Pockmarked and the other 2 also fell from the sky. This time, they had truly exhausted their Jinyuan. Brother Qiao, thank you. Otherwise, we would all have died here. He Pockmarked's voice was weak. Bo Swanjin was shocked. I didn't expect Brother Qiao to be a level 5 formation master. This is really unexpected. Qiang said, Brother Qiao, that's a level 7 demonic beast, dragon-headed black python. Its skin is a top-notch material for refining defensive armor. Now that we're all heavily injured, we'll have to trouble Brother Qiao to skin the black python. Qin Feng did not need Qiang to say this. He also planned to take something from the black python. In fact, the black python's skin was not the best treasure. The level 7 demon beast had formed a demon core. The demon core was like the core of a true spirit realm cultivator. It stored a lot of energy. Some demon cultivators could speed up their breakthrough by devouring the demon cores of other demon beasts. Qin Feng also knew that Li Tao's bloodline divine skill had this effect. However, Li Tao mainly devoured the blood of spirit beasts to increase his strength, which was similar to devouring demon cores. Qin Feng quickly cut off the python skin and took out its demonic core. This was a purple demonic core that was about the size of a rubber ball. When the demonic core was taken out, a cold wind blew, shocking everyone. No wonder this black python is so powerful. It even killed Elder Hong, who was at Empty God Realm. Its demon core is a sign of a breakthrough. Brother Qiao, You contributed the most in killing this demon beast. You can have the demon core. As for the python skin, how about we split it equally?" When the black pockmarked man saw the demonic core, his eyes flashed with a bright light. However, that light disappeared in a flash, and he quickly calmed down. Everyone agreed with Pockmark Wong's suggestion. So Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and put the demonic core into his storage ring. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. So this was a black python that was about to become a rank 8 demonic beast. After stowing the demon core away, he planned on leaving, but a palm-sized tablet slid out from the black python's body. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He recognized the tablet with a single glance. It was actually a grade 9 spirit turtle shell. After wiping away the bloodstains on the tablet, Qin Feng confirmed that it was a spirit turtle shell, and it seemed to be a pair with the spirit turtle shell he had bought from the Starken artifact forge recently. With that thought, Qin Feng immediately took out his spirit turtle shell. When he put the 2 turtle tablets together, the gap actually fitted perfectly. What's going on? Qin Feng was momentarily confused. He was unable to connect the turtle tablet from the Starken artifact forge to the turtle tablet in this cave. However, many thoughts flashed through his head. He guessed that the turtle tablet with the soul seal was some kind of trigger tablet. Perhaps due to some reason, one of the tablets had been separated and ended up in different places. One of them ended up in the Starken artifact forge, while the other was devoured by the dragon-headed black python. Thinking further, Qin Feng suspected that Hong Fei knew about this turtle tablet, and that the old man had probably come to this cave on Coiled Dragon Mountain in search of this turtle tablet. However, Qin Feng was slightly puzzled. With Hong Fei's strength, it was impossible for him to die so easily. However, he had indeed died. Not only had Qin Feng seen him die, but everyone else had as well. "Brother Chow, what's happened?" Seeing Qin Feng crouch beside the black python without moving for a long time, the black pockmarked man's tone became nervous. Qin Feng hurriedly put away the turtle tablet and dragged the python skin over to the crowd. "It's nothing. This black python is too big. It took me a long time to peel off its skin." Because everyone was seriously injured, no one had used their soul to check on Qin Feng's situation. Now that Qin Feng had dragged the python skin over, no one suspected anything. Everyone started to divide the python skin. After getting the second turtle tablet, Qin Feng wasn't too interested in the python skin. His portion was cut by the black pockmarked man, so he got more than the others. However, Qin Feng didn't mind. After another hour, everyone's injuries had stabilized. At least, there were no obstacles in their normal movements. Qiyang stood up and said, "Everyone, I'll go first. See you later." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiyang disappeared into the cave. Not long after, a loud noise came from outside. Everyone knew that it was the sound of Qiyang smashing the stone, blocking the cave entrance. "Oh no!" Qin Feng suddenly shouted. The 3 people immediately frowned and looked at him. Qin Feng sighed again. "It's too late. I hope I'm just overthinking." The 3 people were confused by his sudden behavior, but since Qin Feng didn't say anything, they didn't ask. "Seniors, don't go out alone. Let's leave together." Qin Feng stood up. Although he didn't say anything, the 3 people could guess what was going on. They suddenly thought of Pungo, who was guarding the cave entrance. Did he escape, or was he waiting outside? If Punga didn't leave, he might ambush everyone. Since he didn't enter the cave to help, he must be up to no good. Thinking of this, the black pockmarked man frowned and said, "Brother Chow, why don't we rest in the cave first? It won't be too late to go out after we recover." Bo Swanjin and Yang Tao nodded. They also didn't think it was a good idea to go out now. If Pangu really didn't leave, even if everyone joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The 3 people's concerns were not wrong. However, they had overlooked Qin Feng's strength. Although Chin Fun was injured, his injuries were negligible. Moreover, he didn't use his trump card when he defeated the dragon-headed black python. He wasn't afraid of Pungu. If this guy was really up to no good and was guarding the cave entrance to rob them, Chin Fun would shoot him in the head. Seniors, if you trust me, then follow me out. Although the black python is dead, the cave is filled with yin qi. No one can be sure that there are no other hidden dangers. Chin Fun's words made the three people nervous. In fact, they hadn't reached the deepest part of the cave. It was unknown whether there were other monsters in the cave. Now that there were wolves in front and tigers behind, the three people were very depressed. After a while, the black pockmarked man stood up and said to Chin Fun, "Okay, I will go with Brother Chiao." Seeing that Chin Fun and the black pockmarked man were about to leave, Bo Swanjin immediately pulled Yang Tao up and said to Chin Fun, "Brother Chiao, it was all thanks to you that we were able to kill the dragon-headed black python. I will keep my promise to you. Once we leave this place alive, I will take you to a place." Chin Fun nodded. He quite liked Bo Swanjin's character. He was honest and trustworthy. At the same time, he had a good impression of the black pockmarked man. Chi Yang was not a bad person. This time, everyone was tricked by Hong Fei. As for Pungu, he wasn't a good person either. The three people followed Chin Fun to the entrance of the cave. Their realms were much higher than Chin Fun's, but in their eyes, Chin Fun was their only hope of survival. Soon, there was light in front of them. The black pockmarked man shouted excitedly, "Let's go out! Let's go out!" Chin Fun, who had been hurrying along, slowed down his pace at this moment. He used his divine sense to sweep out, and after discovering that there were no hidden dangers outside the cave entrance, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He leaped and took the lead to rush out of the cave entrance. The sun and the breeze made Chin Fun feel as if he had been reborn. The feeling of fighting with the level 7 demon in the dark and cold cave was really torturous. We really made it out. We actually made it out alive. The moment Bo Swanjin stepped out of the cave with Yang Tao, he felt like he was dreaming. Not long ago, he held Yang Tao's hand and waited for death to come. Who would have thought that he would be able to see the sun again? However, before they could celebrate for too long, they heard a burst of laughter. "Ha! It's too early to celebrate. Hurry up and hand over all the treasures you found, and I will let you live." The four people's expressions changed, and they all looked towards the source of the voice. A black shadow flashed by, and Pungu was standing on top of the mountain. Chin Fun wasn't the only one who noticed that Pungu was wearing a magic mask. The three people also noticed that this guy's appearance was very special. When you didn't look at him, you couldn't remember what he looked like. Chin Fun had long suspected that Pungu hadn't left, but when he appeared, Chin Fun was still very surprised. He had just used his divine sense to search the cave, and there was no aura within a few hundred meters of the cave. He didn't know where Pungu was hiding. Could he even block divine sense? Now wasn't the time to think about this. Chin Fun immediately stood in front of the three people. He looked coldly at Pungu and said, "There was only one level 7 demon in the cave. We almost died in the cave. It's fine if you didn't come in to help, but do you want to rob us?" Pungu didn't feel that his actions were inappropriate. He smiled and said, "Haha, the South Pingzhou state has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too naive and not having any social experience. Today, I'll just treat it as me giving you a free lesson. Cut the crap, hand over your storage rings, and scram." Although Pungu didn't plan to kill them, stealing everyone's storage rings was worse than killing them. The black pockmarked man was instantly enraged. He stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chin Fun. "Pungu, you little ant. You're only at the peak of the true spirit realm. Do you think we're afraid of you?" Bo Swanjin immediately understood what the black pockmarked man was thinking. He wanted to use numbers to suppress Pungu. He immediately pulled Yang Tao over to Chin Fun's side. Although he didn't say anything, his cold eyes said everything. Chapter 1860. Facing the pressure of two peak true spirit cultivators, Punga didn't show any fear. He laughed and said, "Haha, let's not talk about the fact that you were seriously injured in the cave, even if you were at your peak. So what? Did you not notice that there was someone missing? Not long ago, that brat Chiang was as arrogant as you. In the end, he was killed by me, and even his spirit pill was burned to ashes." Qin Fen had guessed that Chiang was going to be killed, but he didn't think that he would be right. However, there were some things that he couldn't understand. Even if Chiang was seriously injured, he was still a peak true spirit cultivator. Qin Fen and the others didn't follow him for long, only the time it took for an incense stick to burn. How could Peng Gu kill Chiang in that time? This was hard for Qin Fen to accept. Not only that, Qin Fen couldn't understand why Peng Gu was so confident. Even if Black Pockmark and Bo Swanjin were injured in the cave, the two peak true spirit cultivators were here, and their strength couldn't be underestimated. Also, why didn't his divine sense scan Peng Gu when he came out of the cave? When these thoughts appeared in his mind, Qin Fen's expression changed. At this moment, a black shadow flashed by with an extremely oppressive aura. Elder Hong Fei? How are you still alive? Impossible, we saw Elder Hong die in the cave with our own eyes. Who are you? Black Pockmark and Bo Swanjin exclaimed. Yang Tao was so scared that she couldn't speak. The moment Qin Fen thought of Hong Fei's figure, this old man appeared. At this moment, Qin Fen understood many things. He blamed himself for being too stupid. He should have thought of this earlier. With Hong Fei's nihility, God, realm, cultivation, how could he die in the cave? However, the Hong Fei in the cave did die, but it was just a clone of him. As for why Peng Gu was so fearless, it was because of Hong Fei's appearance. This was easy to explain. The two of them were originally together. Qin Fen also understood why his divine sense did not scan Peng Gu. It was because his divine sense was blocked by Hong Fei. With Hong Fei's empty God realm cultivation, it was very easy for him to interfere with Qin Fen's divine sense. When the truth was revealed, Qin Fen was filled with anger. He, Black Pockmarked, and the others had teamed up with good intentions to search for treasures. However, they had been tricked by Hong Fei and Peng Gu from the very beginning. Chiang had been killed. Although Qin Fen had nothing to do with him, they had fought a life-and-death battle not long ago. Haha, you bunch of ants still can't see the truth. Serves you right for ending up like this. Hong Fei laughed. The Black Pockmarked man and divination were so angry that their faces turned pale. However, in the face of the power of a hollow spirit state cultivator, they couldn't even say a word. Hong Fei continued, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you hand over the treasures found in the cave and your own treasures, I can spare your lives. The Black Pockmarked man's body was trembling with rage. Divination was also furious. He wanted to slap Hong Fei. However, he looked at Yang Tao, who was standing next to him, and shook his head and sighed. This cave is the habitat of the black python. We only found the python skin. If you want it, you can have it. Also, I'll give you my storage ring. You'd better keep your promise and let Yang Tao and me go. Divination had no choice but to compromise, even if he wasn't afraid of death. He didn't want to see Yang Tao die in front of him. Hong Fei glanced at the python's skin on the ground. He didn't even look at Divination's storage ring. He said coldly, only the python's skin? Are you kidding me? If you want to leave here alive, you'd better do as I say. Diviner Jin seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Qin Fen awkwardly and said, Brother Chiao, take out the Yao core. Otherwise we'll all die. There's no point in keeping those worldly possessions. Jiao Swan really thought that what Hong Fei wanted was the beast core, but he saw Hong Fei's face turn cold as he roared, A level 7 beast core is nothing. One of you must have found the turtle medallion. Don't try to play dumb with me. If you don't hand it over, I will start a massacre." The black pockmarked man and the other two were confused. They didn't know about the turtle plate. Qin Fun had guessed that Hong Fei was here to find the turtle plate. Now it seemed that Hong Fei was right. He suddenly felt lucky that Hong Fei was still alive. This way he could ask Hong Fei about the turtle plate. If the black pockmarked man and the other two knew about this, he would be depressed. "It seems that you're all tired of living. Then I'll fulfill your wish." Hong Fei waited for a while. His patience was exhausted. A violent aura surged from his body. He suddenly looked at Qin Fun. Obviously, he wanted to kill Qin Fun, who he thought had the lowest cultivation. However, before he could make a move, Peng Gu turned into a black shadow and shot over. "Elder Hong, there is no need for you to personally deal with this ant. Let this disciple do it for you." His voice was still floating in the air when Peng Gu arrived in front of Qin Fun. His palm came to suddenly when the black pockmarked man and divination gen recovered. Their faces immediately revealed looks of despair. It was obvious that they didn't even have the chance to help. When the two of them thought that Qin Fun was going to die, Qin Fun was secretly happy. If he faced Hong Fei alone, he had some confidence in taking him down. However, now that there was Peng Gu, who was at the peak of the true spirit realm, Qin Fun didn't dare to act rashly. Unexpectedly, Peng Gu came to his door. This was exactly what Qin Fun wanted. With a slight thought, a dazzling long spear appeared in Qin Fun's arms. "What kind of damn weapon is this? It's really ugly. You're just a cultivator at the late Buddha light realm, and you want to resist a peak spirit detecting realm cultivator? What a joke!" Even when he saw Qin Fun take out the 100-mile light sniper, Peng Gu still had a sneer on his face. He didn't even put up any defenses. Instead, he rushed towards Qin Fun. Boom! With a loud bang, Qin Fun fired the light sniper. The weather changed, and several lightning tigers exploded in the air, instantly forming a sea of lightning. In the sea of lightning, explosions rang out endlessly. The air was torn apart, and it was a scene of destruction. Peng Ji's expression instantly changed. He felt an incomparably strong aura of death. But before he could escape, his body was struck by lightning. The spiritual armor on his body instantly shattered, and even his body exploded into a flower of blood. This is the Void God Realm Lightning Tribulation. Hong Fei's face revealed a look of shock. The black pockmarked man and divination gen's mouths were wide open. They rubbed their eyes at the same time, feeling like they were dreaming. But the sea of lightning was still there. Explosions rang out, and the echoes of Peng Ji's dying voice echoed in the air. A peak true spirit realm cultivator had fallen, and he was killed in one move by a Buddha light realm cultivator. Several gazes fell on the 100-mile light sniper in Qin Fun's hand. They all had different expressions. The black pockmarked man and the other two realized that Qin Fun had conserved his strength in the cave. If he had taken out the divine weapon earlier, he would have killed that black python in one move. Chapter 1861. Boom! After killing Peng Gu with one shot, Qin Fun didn't stop and immediately fired at Hong Fei. Actually, Qin Fun planned to hide the 100-mile light sniper until the last moment. It would be best if he could kill Hong Fei with one shot. However, Peng Ji's attack was too sudden. Although Qin Fun killed him, he had to expose the existence of the 100-mile light sniper. Therefore, he didn't care about the consequences and immediately attacked Hong Fei. When the sea of lightning landed on Hong Fei's head, he suddenly woke up. Void God Lightning Test? It really is the Void God Lightning Test. How did you do it? As he dodged, Hong Fei didn't forget to ask. It was unbelievable that a Buddha Light Realm cultivator could summon the Void God Lightning Test. He was still one step too late. A few lightning arcs exploded on his body. Immediately, the spirit armor on his body exploded and his white robe was torn. Qin Fun's second wave of attack landed at this moment. He didn't know when, but there was a giant bell in front of him. The heaven bell's mouth was facing outwards. When the 100-mile light sniper shot out from the heaven bell, its power suddenly increased. Crackle! Thunder boomed, and Hong Fei fell into the sea of lightning. Even though he had already experienced the void, God realm, lightning tribulation, and was a cultivator who had survived it, he was still shocked when he saw the power of the sea of lightning again. This was definitely the best time to kill Hong Fei. Qin Fin turned the muzzle and aimed at Hong Fei. When he pulled the trigger, there was no shocking lightning as expected. Instead, there was a sound of empty air. What is going on? Qin Fin's expression changed. He immediately fired another shot, but it was also empty air. Little Pig's voice immediately sounded. Master, the lightning source and the energy slot has been used up. Qin Fin was speechless. The energy tank didn't run out earlier or later, but it had to run out at this time. There were still 2 energy star stones left, but the power of the energy star stones was not as fierce as the lightning tribulation. It was fine against Buddha light realm and true spirit realm cultivators, but it was useless against godly void god realm cultivators. Black Pockmark and Bo Swanjin seemed to feel something was wrong. They looked at Qin Fin with strange eyes. They were wondering why Qin Fin didn't continue to attack. If it was activated 2 more times, Hong Fei would probably be blown to death. The 100-mile sniper rifle was the only way he could kill a hollow god realm cultivator. If Hong Fei realized that the 100-mile sniper rifle could no longer be used, the situation would be reversed. At this moment, a ray of white light shot into the sky. It was Hong Fei who had broken free from the sea of lightning. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Qin Feng's lightning attack was too fierce. If it had been 2 more times, he felt that he would have lost his life. Grandson, surnamed Qiao, why don't you continue? Don't tell me you've used up all your primordial qi. Hong Fei hovered in the air, but he didn't attack Qin Feng. Qin Feng realized that the other party was scared after being beaten, so he immediately pretended to be indifferent and said, "Humph. I naturally have the intention to spare your little life. As long as you tell me the secret of the turtle token, I can spare your life." Hong Fei was infuriated. So the turtle plate was taken by the kid, surnamed Qiao. At the same time, he started to worry. It seemed like the other party did not exhaust his essence, but wanted to know the secret of the turtle plate. I don't know what you are talking about. We might have had some misunderstandings before. Now, we have nothing to do with each other. In the future, we will mind our own business. Hong Fei immediately wanted to escape. Even if he had a strong desire to obtain the turtle plate, his life was in danger. What was the point of obtaining the turtle plate? As soon as Hong Fei finished speaking, he turned into a white shadow and disappeared into the distance. Qin Feng immediately chased after him and shouted, "You want to escape from me? Unless you have a rank 7 Earth escape talisman. Don't think you can escape from the power of my lightning." A ray of green light flashed in the distant sky. The air shook for a moment as if the void was torn apart. Hong Fei's figure disappeared. Qin Fin had already landed on the ground. Black Pockmarked and the other 2 were still in a daze. They stared at Hong Fei in disbelief. That old man actually used a rank 7 Earth escape talisman to escape. He was a Nihility God realm cultivator, but he was forced to use an Earth escape talisman to escape after being beaten by a Buddha light cultivator. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He had said those words to scare Hong Fei so that the old man would escape. Fortunately, the old man had been scared. He had probably been teleported thousands of miles away. If he really wanted to fight to the death, Qin Feng and the others would have died. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Qin Feng adjusted his breath and was about to leave. Black Pockmark woke up and said, "We will meet again. I am going to find the token to enter the 13th palace. We will meet again in the 13th palace." Black Pockmark disappeared in the wind. Bo Swanjin pulled young Tao to Qin Feng and said, Brother Chiao, if you can bring me and Yang Tao out alive, I will not break my promise. I will help you get the token to enter the 13th palace. Brother Chiao, please come with us to a place. Qin Feng was waiting for Bo Swanjin's attitude. Seeing that he was honest, Qin Feng was satisfied. Where are we going? Back to my sect, White Deer Sect, Bo Swanjin said. Qin Feng's expression changed. He was on guard. As far as he knew, the people who came to explore were loose cultivators. Because they were loose cultivators, they could not get the token to enter the 13th palace. That was why they were tricked by Hong Fei. Now Bo Swanjin said he had a sect. What was going on? As if reading Qin Feng's mind, Bo Swanjin smiled and said, Brother Chiao, don't worry. You are Yang Tao's and my savior. We will not harm you. Yang Tao is indeed a loose cultivator, but I am the great elder of the 4-star sect, White Deer Sect. Our sect has 4 spots to enter the 13th palace, and I took one of them, but I wanted to take Yang Tao with me, so I helped her find the token. That was why I was tricked by Hong Fei. After this explanation, Qin Feng understood. Senior Bo, are you going to give your spot to me? Bo Swanjin nodded and said, Yes, Brother Chiao. Since Yang Tao can't go, then I won't go either. But will your sect leader agree? Qin Feng was worried. Sect leader Bo Swanjin is reasonable. When I go back, I will explain the situation to him. He will definitely agree. Also, the 13th palace is one of the 8 danger zones of the South Flat Continent. The survival rate is less than 50%. Other than the 5-star and 6-star sects, the other small sects are not willing to let their disciples go. Our White Deer Sect is only a small sect in the South Flat Continent. We have a limited number of true spirit realm cultivators. We received 4 spots, but sect leader Bo Swanjin only wants me and another great elder to go. The remaining 2 spots are empty. Qin Feng was confused. Since the tortoise token has 2 empty spots, why don't you just give one to Yang Tao? Bo Swanjin revealed a surprised expression. Qin Feng immediately realized that he had asked a stupid question. He might have even exposed his identity as a South Flat Continent cultivator. Brother Chiao, don't you know? The 13 palaces only open once every 10 years, and each time it opens for 3 months. So the spots in the 13 palaces are extremely precious. Normally, even if a small sect doesn't let their disciples go to gain experience, they will still sell the spots for a high price. How could they just casually give it away? Qin Feng immediately understood. It wasn't realistic for White Deer Sect to give an outsider like Yang Tao a spot for free. After figuring out the situation, Qin Feng followed Bo Swanjin to White Heron Sect. He felt that there was still hope for the quota. Even if sect leader Bo Swanjin wasn't willing to give Bo Swanjin's quota to him, he could just buy it with money. Qin Feng didn't think that this trip to Coiled Snake Mountain was a waste. At least he got the 2nd tortoise token. Even if he didn't know the secret of the 2 tortoise tokens, he believed that he would find out sooner or later. The White Deer Sect was located on the outskirts of Pan Shan's market. The 3 of them only took half a day to get there. With Bo Swanjin, the great elder of the sect, leading the way, their journey was smooth. The disciples of the sect had to greet Qin Feng respectfully. Sect leader Bo Swanjin. The 3 of them entered a grand hall. There was a white-haired old man sitting in the hall. When he saw Bo Swanjin, he nodded and said, Swanjin, there are still a few days before the 13th palace opens. Don't run around and prepare. If you can reach Hollow Spirit Realm in this expedition, then our sect strength will increase. Bo Swanjin didn't ask about Qin Feng's identity. He was clearly very concerned about the 13th Palace's expedition. Bo Swanjin said, Sect leader, disciple doesn't plan on entering the 13th Palace this time. I want to give the spot to Brother Chiao Feng. Bo immediately stood up and shouted excitedly, What? How can you think like that? You have to know, how precious the spots in the 13 palaces are. A 4-star sect can only get 4 spots. Our White Deer sect doesn't have many true spirit realm cultivators to begin with, and I don't dare to send those below the late true spirit realm to the 13 palaces. I'm afraid they'll die. Now that the sect's hopes are placed on you and Bo T, you actually dare to say such words. Master, please don't be angry. I am unfilial, but I have promised Brother Xiaofeng. If he didn't save my life in the coiled snake mountain, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me now. Seeing that Bo E was angry, Bo Swanjin hurriedly explained. Coiled Snake Mountain? Why did you go there? Bo Swanjin didn't hide anything and told him what happened. Bo Swanjin shook his head and sighed. He knew about Bo Swanjin and Yang Tao. He also reminded Bo Swanjin many times to cut ties with Yang Tao because it would only affect his cultivation. What do you want me to say to you? AI. Bo Swanjin sighed. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Bo Swanjin immediately knelt on the ground and sincerely said, Master, disciple is a disgrace to the sect. I'm willing to accept the punishment. However, disciple has already promised Brother Qiao. I hope Master can forgive disciple this time. Otherwise, the White Deer sect will have a bad reputation. Seeing Bo Swanjin go this far, Qin Feng was touched. It didn't matter if Bo Swanjin agreed to give him a spot for free. Qin Feng wouldn't have any other thoughts about Bo Swanjin. Mobile users, please browse to get a better reading experience. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 1862. Before Bo Li could make a decision, an elder quickly walked into the hall. Sect leader, Godfinger Little Elder, is here to see you. Bo Swanjin and Bo Lizi's expressions turned serious. Godsfinger was a 5-star sect in the Panshan market. Normally, Godsfinger and White Deer sect didn't have much of a relationship. Why would a young elder from Godsfinger suddenly ask to see them? How many? Bo Li asked. Reporting to sect leader, there's only one young elder. His name is Shen Shuhen, and he's at the peak of the true spirit realm. Please come in. The little elder left and quickly brought back a 40-something-year-old man. When Qin Feng saw the man's age, he was shocked. South Flat State's cultivation level was much higher than North Sand State. A 40-something-year-old cultivator reaching true spirit peak was almost impossible in North Sand State. Junior Godfinger Little Elder Shin Shuhin greets. Sect leader Bo Li. The person wore a black robe with the symbol of Godfinger embroidered on his chest. He was very respectful and didn't look like he was here to cause trouble. Bo Li waved his hand and said, Elder Shin Shuhin, no need to be so polite. What business do you have with White Deer sect? Even though the other party was just a minor elder, he was still a 5-star sect, one finger of God. Thus, Bo Li did not dare to slight him. Shen Shuhin smiled. Sect leader Bo Li, I came to cooperate. I heard that your sect only sent 2 cultivators into 13 palaces. So, my sect leader Godfinger ordered me to buy the other 2 tokens. I hope sect leader Bo Li can help me. Qin Feng and Bo Swanjin frowned when they heard Shen Shuhin's intention. Bo Lizi was stunned. He didn't expect Godsfinger to target the White Heron sect, but they were a 5-star sect. Rumor had it that Godfinger had reached body condensation realm. Bo Li was only at hollow spirit state and naturally wasn't his match. Sure, but we sent 3 disciples into 13 palaces. There's only 1 free token left. Bo Li didn't think much and agreed. He knew he had no other choice. However, when he said 3 places, he actually included Qin Fen. Qin Fen was relieved, and Bo Swanjin looked at the sect leader with a touched expression. Oh, could it be that our finger of God's information is wrong? Didn't you only send 2 disciples? Shin Su furrowed his brows. Bo Li was a little unhappy. Even if the Divine Finger sect was a 5-star sect, Shin Shuhin was only a little elder and had only reached the peak of the true spirit realm. Yet he dared to question Bo Li's words. Elder Shin Shuhin, our sect had given up 2 spots previously. However, a new spot was added just now. That cultivator is right beside you. Bo Yi pointed at Qin Fun. It seemed that he had indeed left a spot for Qin Fun. Shin Su thought that the White Deer sect had another person. When he saw that Qin Fun was only at the 7 Changes Buddha Aura realm, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Humph! Sect leader Bo Yi, I represent the divine doctors to cooperate sincerely, but you are trying to fool me with an ant? If sect leader God One Finger finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll be furious. Shen Su used his sect leader to threaten Bo Yi. This attitude angered Bu Suanjin. He stood up from the ground and said, Elder Shin Shuhin, it's our own business who our White Deer sect wants to send into the 13th palace. You don't have the right to interfere, do you? Humph. Of course, I don't care about your sect's business. It's just that this time, sect leader God One Finger ordered me to bring back 2 spots. Now, you're purposely holding on to 1 spot. Aren't you purposely going against God One Finger? Shin Su Hen no longer had the respectful attitude he had when he arrived. Instead, he revealed an arrogant and dissatisfied expression. I say, Shin Su Hen, are you kidding me? All 4 tokens belong to my White Deer sect. To put it bluntly, even if we don't use the 2 extra tokens, it's still our White Deer sect's business. Now, we're willing to sell you 1. Do you want to take a yard after giving us an inch? Bu Suanjin said. Shin Su Hen acted as if he didn't see Bu Suanjin's cold expression. He said lazily, I'm not taking a yard after giving you an inch. I'm just asking for 2 spots. The Divine Supreme Continent has always respected the strong. Your White Deer sect is just a 4-star sect. What right do you have to negotiate with me? I don't want to waste my breath. Either hand over the 2 spots, or don't blame me for falling out with you. Shen Su Hen's attitude suddenly became overbearing. Bu Suanjin gritted his teeth. If he wasn't injured in the mountain coiling cave, he would have taught Shen Su Hen a lesson. What an arrogant brat. I want to see what your Divine Finger can do if my White Deer sect doesn't give us a single spot. Bu Suanjin was enraged. He originally wanted to negotiate, but now they had completely fallen out. Shen Su Hen didn't expect things to turn out this way. He glared coldly at Bu Suanjin and scolded, Good, very good. I think you're tired of living, you old fart. Your White Deer sect, just wait. I'll go back and report to Sect Master Shin Su Hen now. A gust of wind suddenly rose. Shin Su Hen turned into a black shadow and disappeared. No one dared to stop him. This was the rule of the Divine Supreme Continent. The weaker party could only swallow their anger when they were suppressed. After Shin Su Hen left, Bu Suanjin sat back on the stone chair with a solemn expression. He said those harsh words in a moment of anger. Now that he had calmed down, he regretted it. Thank you, Sect Master Bu Suanjin. Bu Suanjin wasn't in the mood to talk about other things. He waved his hand and said, You don't need to thank me. I only gave you the spot because you saved Suanjin's life, but it's useless even if you get the spot. Your realm is too low. You've also incurred the hatred of Divine Finger. I believe that the cultivators that Divine Finger will send to the 13 palaces won't let you and our White Deer sect go. Bu Suanjin sighed and looked at Bu Suanjin. Don't go to the 13 palaces this time. I'll tell Bo Ti not to go as well. Since Yang Tao couldn't enter the 13 palaces, Bu Suanjin didn't want to go. But now the situation was different. He wasn't willing to be threatened by Divine Finger. Sect Master, I must go this time. That Shin Su Hen is only a peak void god realm. What's there to be arrogant about? He better not let me see him in the 13 palaces. Otherwise, I'll make him regret coming to my White Deer sect. Bu Suanjin shook his head and said, No, no one can go this time. Do you think Divine Finger will only go to Shin Suhan? With his strength, he might not even be qualified to go. Even if you really meet Shin Suhan there, he'll have a Void God Realm cultivator with him. You'll be the one to die. Bu Swanjin wanted to argue, but Bu Swanjin was firm. But it was a good thing that White Deer Sect didn't go to the 13 Palaces. Otherwise, he would have to team up with Bu Swanjin and Bo Ti. But he heard that the 13 Palaces were dangerous. It was one of the 8 danger zones of South Flat State. Qin Feng thought that he would have to use some of the system's treasures. Mobile users, please browse to get a better reading experience. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 1863. The matter was finally settled. White Deer Sect wouldn't send any disciples to the opening of the 13 Palaces, although Bo Swan was unwilling. He didn't dare disobey the sect leader's order. Qin Fun successfully obtained one of the tokens. As for the other 3 tokens, they were kept by the White Deer Sect. Later on, Qin Fun found out that there was no time limit for the tokens to enter the 13 Palaces. In other words, the 3 tokens that White Deer Sect kept this year could still be used when the 13 Palaces opened again 10 years later. These days, Qin Fun stayed in White Deer Sect. First, he had nowhere else to go. Second, he was worried that God's Finger would come for revenge. In the end, the enmity between White Deer Sect and God's Finger started because of him. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Unexpectedly, God's Finger didn't come looking for him. Seeing that the 13 Palaces would open tomorrow, Qin Fun decided to go to Pan Shan Market Square. The 13 Palaces teleportation formation was in the wilderness outside of Pan Shan Market Square. Before leaving, Bo Swan called Qin Fun to his room. There was no one else in the room. Qin Fun knew that there was a soundproof formation in the room. He didn't expect Bo Swan to talk to him alone. After entering the room, he didn't say anything and waited for Bo Swan to speak first. Young hero Qiao sit. Bo Swan poured a cup of spirit tea and said, "You're leaving soon. I haven't thanked you for saving Bo Swan's life. I know it's impossible to persuade you not to go to the 13 Palaces, but you have to be careful. Since God's Finger didn't attack White Deer Sect openly, I believe they plan to attack in the 13 Palaces." Qin Fun stayed in the White Deer Sect for a few days and found that the disciples were very friendly. He had a good impression of the White Deer Sect, but it was a pity that he came to the South Plateau continent to find someone and break through. Otherwise, he could develop with the White Deer Sect. Sect leader Bo Swan, how much do you know about the 13 Palaces? Qin Fun asked. When Bo Lizzi heard this, he knew that Qin Fun was determined to go to the 13 Palaces. Bo Lizzi couldn't persuade him otherwise. Although the 13 Palaces were extremely dangerous, it was also accompanied by opportunities. Most of the body condensation realm cultivators in the South Flat continent had advanced by leaps and bounds after obtaining opportunities in the 13 Palaces. The 13 Palaces are rumored to be a mystic realm passed down from ancient times. Some people say that they are actually the cultivation grounds of ancient almighty beings. There are countless treasures in there, but there are also countless dangers. When a cultivator is teleported in, he will have to find the entrance to a higher level palace by himself in the first palace. The normal method is to enter a higher palace one level at a time. However, there are also a few rumors that say that there are even more hidden teleportation entrances in the 13 Palaces that can teleport you to a higher palace. Most of the dangers in the 13 Palaces do not come from the palaces themselves, but from the conflicts of interest between cultivators. Every time the palaces open, countless cultivators will lose their lives. It has even developed to the point that it has become a place where sects fight each other. Qin Fun was speechless. The 13 Palaces were much more complicated than he had imagined. If that's the case, then wouldn't the 13 Palaces become some people's personal holy land? If body condensation realm or cauldron filling realm cultivators entered, everyone else would be like ants. Qin Fen suddenly retreated. If that was really the case, then he didn't mind not going to the 13 palaces. With his current strength, he would only die if he went. Bolisi shook his head and said, "Of course, it's not that exaggerated. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators trying to enter. The 13 palaces only allow cultivators under 100 years old to enter. If they are over 100 years old, even if they teleport in, they will be instantly ejected." Qin Fen let out a sigh of relief. Cultivators under 100 years old weren't that abnormal. In the North Sand Continent, the strongest cultivator under 100 years old was only at the true spirit realm. Even in the South Flat Continent, where the spiritual qi was denser, there were only hollow god realm experts over 100 years old. As for body condensation realm experts, there hadn't been any. After understanding the situation of the 13 palaces, Qin Fen said his goodbyes. Before he left, Bolisi gave him some pills and formation discs. But because they weren't high grade, they didn't mean much to Qin Fen. When he arrived near the teleportation point, he saw a dense crowd. Qin Fen was shocked. There were at least tens of thousands of people. Were they all cultivators going to enter the 13 palaces? Dao friend, you're also here to explore the 13 palaces? A skinny man came over. Qin Fen was on guard and nodded. The skinny man's eyes lit up. Dao friend, you're only at the 7 changes Buddha light. With this cultivation, you're most likely going to die. Why don't you sell your token to me? You can name any price. Qin Fen didn't think that the spots to enter the 13 palaces would be so popular. A few days ago, God's Finger Elder went to White Deer Sect to buy them. There were also people buying outside the teleportation point. However, no matter how high the price was, Qin Fen wouldn't sell his token. It wasn't easy for him to get his token. Moreover, he was more and more curious about the 13 palaces. He was determined to go in and take a look. Sorry, I only have 1 token on me. I want to keep it for myself. Qin Fen firmly refused. The skinny man didn't give up. He flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. Little brother, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I'm Zhang Fei, a disciple of the 4-star sect, Sea Alliance. This bottle of divine spirit pills is for you as a greeting gift. Qin Fen had seen the divine elixir when he was in the northern sand region. It was the trump card that the Immortal Grass sect had taken out during the elixir workshop meeting. This was a tier 7 imperial elixir. The reason why it was of such a high grade was because its medicinal properties were very strong. It could definitely allow a cultivator at the peak of the 9 changes of Buddha aura to step into the true spirit realm. This kind of pill was definitely a priceless treasure in the eyes of other late-stage Buddha light cultivators. Even if they used a token to enter the 13 palaces, they wouldn't hesitate. This was because even if ordinary Buddha light cultivators went to the 13 palaces, they would still die. They might not even find an opportunity to break through to the true spirit realm. However, Qin Fen wasn't ordinary. He had divine spirit pills on him. Even if he didn't have such pills, he could still refine other pills to help him break through to the true spirit realm. I'm sorry, I won't sell my token. Qin Fen didn't even look at the jade bottle. His attitude was still firm. Zhang Fei was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Fen to reject the divine spirit pills. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his smile and took out a long sword. Brother, don't be anxious. I'll give you a bottle of divine spirit pills and this low-grade true artifact sword. What do you think? A true artifact weapon was considered a treasure in the South Flat Continent. Moreover, a Buddha light cultivator like Qin Fen would go crazy if he saw it. However, Qin Fen still had a calm expression. He had a few true artifact long swords in his storage ring. Each of them was of a higher grade than the one Zhang Fei took out. Qin Fen was a bit annoyed by this entanglement, so he walked around Zhang Fei to the side. This action completely angered Zhang Fei. He was a cultivator in the 6th true spirit realm, but he was being ignored by the Buddha light cultivator. Brat, you saw my elixirs and my true artifact sword. You're not selling it just because you say so? What kind of person do you think I am? Zhang Fei shouted and quickly chased after Qin Fun. Many people gathered around and whispered to each other. In fact, what happened at Qin Fun's side was happening at the same time. To put it bluntly, cultivators who didn't have a token wanted to buy it. Thus, they resorted to forceful means. Generally, those who dared to offend others were those with a higher cultivation and a token. Therefore, when Zhang Fei caught up to Qin Fun, many people could already see Qin Fun's tragic end. What do you want? Qin Fun stopped in his tracks with a cold expression. Zhang Fei scolded. Hand over the token obediently, and I'll give you the elixirs and sword. Is there something wrong with your ears? I said I won't sell the token. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite. There were many people watching the show, but no one stood out to uphold justice. Qin Fun didn't expect anyone to stand out to help him. After all, he had been in the divine continent for more than 2 years. He had long gotten used to the rule of using fists to represent the truth. Zhang Fei was startled. He clearly didn't expect a late-stage Buddha light realm cultivator to be so arrogant. He roared and swung the long sword in his hand. A gust of wind suddenly blew, and some cultivators who didn't care about the matter even whistled. Qin Fun was already prepared. When Zhang Fei swung his sword, Qin Fun had already taken out a long sword and thrust it forward, bringing with it a cold light. Buzz! There was also a strange energy fluctuation in the air. That was the divine sense attack from the Zhan-Yi sword. When Zhang Fei saw that Qin Fun dared to block his sword move, a smile blossomed on his face. As a dignified middle-stage true spirit realm cultivator, he was confident that he could kill Qin Fun with this sword move. At that time, the token would fall into his hands. However, his smile suddenly froze. Zhang Fei's eyes were filled with fear. He felt a stabbing pain in his divine sense. That was definitely caused by a divine sense attack. However, Zhang Fei couldn't figure out who had launched a divine sense attack on him. It was obviously not the Buddha light cultivator in front of him, because the Buddha light realm didn't even have a divine sense attack. Who? Who framed me? Bang! Zhang Fei roared in all directions, but a loud sound answered him. When his divine sense was injured, Zhang Fei forgot to block Qin Fun's sword light. In fact, he didn't even put Qin Fun's attack in his eyes. It was just a Buddha light cultivator. Even if he was hit, he would at most suffer some superficial wounds. However, his thoughts were obviously very simple. When he saw his body riddled with holes, Zhang Fei even felt like he was dreaming. However, he didn't even have time to shout before he died. In the end, he turned into flesh and blood and scattered. The crowd was stunned. No one expected the ending to be like this. A late-stage Buddha light cultivator instantly killed a true Spirit Realm 6 cultivator. Could it be that this guy had hidden his strength? When they came back to their senses, many cultivators who were watching the show immediately left. Their strength was not as strong as Zhang Fei, so they naturally didn't dare to stay a moment longer. They didn't want to arouse Qin Fun's dissatisfaction and be instantly killed. Chapter 1864. From time to time, fights would break out in the periphery of the array formation. Some cultivators with higher cultivation bases would snatch the tokens of the weaker cultivators. However, no one came to trouble Qin Fun. Perhaps they were frightened by the power of his sword. Qin Fun finally calmed down for a while. He roughly looked around and found that there were at least 80,000 to 90,000 cultivators gathered in the wilderness. This densely packed crowd was like a tide, and their realms were all different. Qin Fun even felt a few extremely powerful auras, which were definitely above the Hollow God realm. Elder MOU, it's that brat. He took a spot from the White Deer sect and caused the old man from the White Deer sect to fall out with me. In the end, he wasn't even willing to give up a token. There were 5 people standing under a tree. The man who spoke was Shen Su Hen, who had gone to the White Deer sect to ask for a token. His eyes were cold as he stared at Qin Feng. The oldest of the 5 glanced at Qin Feng and said arrogantly, "He's just an ant at the 7 changes Buddha light. Once we enter the 13 palaces, we'll kill him. As for the disciples of the White Deer sect, we'll kill everyone we see. Elder Mou, that guy is just at the 7 changes Buddha light. Leave him to me." The youth standing next to godlike Mou suddenly spoke. Although he was the youngest of the 5, his demeanor and position made it seem as if he had the highest status. Shan Mou immediately smiled. "Okay, I'll leave that brat to young master. With young master's true spirit realm cultivation, it'll only take 10 moves to kill him." The young man was the only son of God One Finger's sect master, Shen Wuxing. As for Shen Mo and the others, they had just arrived and hadn't seen Qin Feng kill Zhang Fei, who was in the true spirit realm. Otherwise, Shen Wuxing wouldn't have dared to stand out and say that he would personally kill Qin Feng. More and more cultivators gathered in the wilderness. Suddenly, a group of cultivators wearing white robes with star patterns engraved on their chests arrived. When they appeared, the cultivators in the crowd immediately began discussing the newcomers. Some of the cultivators even made way for them, seemingly fearful of the newcomers. It's the disciples of the 6-star sect Xinkuan sect. The disciples of the Xinkuan sect are all fierce. They don't look like they're here to enter the 13 palaces. They look like they're here to fight. You still don't know? A few days ago, someone stole a treasure from the Xinkuan weapon shop in Panshan Market. Now, the Xinkuan sect has issued a citywide arrest warrant to capture that person. Holy shit! Which cultivator was so daring? How dare you steal the treasures of Xinkuan sect? It was hard for Qin Feng not to hear the discussions. Although he had changed his identity to Qiao Feng, he still felt a bit nervous. In the South Flat Continent, the sect leader of a 4-star sect was at Nihility God Realm. A 5-star sect even had a body condensation stage cultivator. How strong would a 6-star sect be? Qin Feng found it hard to imagine. He was worried that his identity would be exposed. If he was really discovered, then he would definitely die this time. At the same time, Qin Feng was filled with curiosity. He wondered just what secrets the 2 spirit turtle shells hid. For the spirit tortoise shell to attract so much attention from the 6-star sect, the Star Kuan sect, and the Elder Hong Fei of the 5-star sect, the Ancient Cauldron sect, it was all for the sake of that spirit tortoise shell. No matter how worried he was, there was no point. Qin Feng simply treated it calmly. He pulled a cultivator beside him and asked, "Taoist friend, I heard that the Xinkuan sect has been arresting people recently. Have they caught them yet?" Qin Feng regretted asking the question. He realized that the other party looked like he was in his 60s and was already a true spirit peak stage cultivator. On the divine supreme continent, high-level cultivators looked down on low-level cultivators. If you asked a high-level cultivator a question, you would most likely be disdained and ignored. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't put on airs. He said calmly they haven't caught them yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here looking for them. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Qin Feng saw the cultivators in the Xinkuan sect's uniform looking at the portraits, one by one. It was probably because they were disciples of a 6-star sect that the cultivators who were being interrogated didn't dare to show their anger. Of course, Qin Feng wasn't just asking if they had found the person. This was just an entry point. He continued to ask, "I heard that person stole a treasure from the Xinkuan sect. What kind of treasure was it to make the Xinkuan sect issue a wanted order?" The old man talked with Qin Feng for a while and introduced himself. "My name is Hao Yuele, a loose cultivator. Young hero, you're so young, but you killed a true spirit realm 6 cultivator with one strike. You must have hidden your strength. As for the treasure you're talking about, I'm not too sure either. However, I've heard people say that it's the key to opening the Gate of Life. Qin Feng was stunned. Gate of Life? What is that place? Oh, right. Senior Hao Jr.'s name is Qiao Feng. Hao Yuele looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Since you're here to explore the 13 palaces, you don't know about the Gate of Life? Qin Feng realized that he had let the cat out of the bag again and quickly explained, I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior. Junior has been in closed-door cultivation on Coiled Snake Mountain and usually doesn't ask about the outside world. It's only because the 13 palaces opened that Master told me to come down the mountain to gain experience. Hao Yuele suddenly understood. There were actually many cultivators like Qin Feng in the South Flat Continent. Usually they were genius cultivators in sections. They wouldn't be allowed to come out and quickly break through with the help of the sect's resources. Once they reached a certain level of strength, they would be allowed to come out to gain experience. Qin Feng looked to be in his early 30s, but he had the strength to kill a true Spirit Realm 6 cultivator. To Hao Yuele, Qin Feng was indeed a genius cultivator. So that's how it is. It's normal that young hero Qiao doesn't know about the Gate of Life. The Gate of Life is in the 13 palaces. It's a secret realm in the 13 palaces. It's said that each palace has a secret realm. As for which palace the Gate of Life is in, that's hard to say. Qin Feng realized that he only had a superficial understanding of the 13 palaces. He had no idea about the deeper secrets. The more he learned about the 13 palaces, the more interested he became in that place. After talking to Hao Yuele, Qin Feng realized that the 2 spirit tortoiseshells he obtained were the keys to open the Gate of Life. Although Hao Yuele couldn't explain what the Gate of Life was for, he could tell from his tone that it was a sacred place. During that time, the Xingkuan sect cultivators even checked Qin Feng's location. However, they couldn't find him. They only checked the portrait and avoided Qin Feng. After a while, a majestic aura gushed out with the aura of a magnificent army coming from all directions. The noisy crowd immediately quietened down and looked toward the sky in the north. Many cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Even the ultimate gods in the empty god realm were terrified. An illusory figure had unknowingly appeared in the sky. It was like a bright moon, giving people the feeling that it could be seen but couldn't be touched. Senior Gu Wanjiao? It's really Senior Gu Wanjiao. Every time the 13 palaces opens, it's Senior Gu Wanjiao who activates their ray formation. Looks like the 13 palaces are about to open. Rumor has it that Senior Gu Wanjiao is the Grand Elder of the Wind God Valley, one of the few 7-star sects in the South Flat Continent. He has long entered the Akiana tripod realm. As for how long he has lived, I'm afraid even he himself can't remember. Senior Akiana tripod realm. I can't believe I'm able to see Senior Akiana tripod realm in my lifetime. After a short silence, it was followed by a tidal wave of discussion. Qin Feng looked at the illusory figure in the sky, and his heart was in turmoil. In the North Sand Continent, the strongest people he knew were immortal supremacies like Immortal Barefoot. However, those powerful supremacies were only in the empty god realm. As for whether there were any body condensation realm cultivators in the North Sand Continent, Qin Feng wasn't sure. However, in less than a month since he came to the South Flat Continent, he had already seen a few void god cultivators and a few body condensation realm seniors. Now, there was even an Akiana tripod realm cultivator floating in the sky. It was like a dream. From his own knowledge and the discussions of the crowd, Qin Feng had a rough understanding of the sects in the South Flat Continent. Usually, the sect leader of a 4-star sect would be in the empty god realm. 5-star sects would have a body condensation realm sect leader. 6-star sects would probably have an Akiana tripod realm expert. In a 7-star sect, a grand elder would be in the Akiana tripod realm. Qin Feng guessed that the sect leader would most likely be in the disaster transformation realm. At this moment, Qin Feng also realized how funny his words to White Deer sect leader Bo Yi were. At that time, he was worried that there would be Ekiana tripod realm or even disaster transformation realm cultivators occupying the 13 palaces. Now, it seemed that even in the South Flat Continent, Ekiana tripod realm and disaster transformation realm cultivators were rare. They were the Grand Elders or even sect leaders of 6-star and 7-star sections. Gu Wanjiao floated silently in midair for a moment. It was as though he was in another world. His body gave off a mist-like aura. This aura was similar to that of a void god realm cultivator, but it was also completely different. As for what was different, Qin Feng couldn't understand it with his current cultivation. However, he had a feeling that the light figure in mid-air didn't exist. It was just an illusion. Dao friends, today is the opening of the 13 palaces once every 10 years. I won't go into the details of the rules. Cultivators under 100 years old and with a token, please enter the teleportation array. Gu Wanjiao suddenly spoke. No one could see his appearance clearly. Even his body was a hazy silhouette. His voice seemed to come from an extremely far place, but it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears and reverberated endlessly. With that, Gu Wanjiao casually waved his hand. A curtain wall suddenly appeared in the space beneath his feet. When the curtain wall appeared, it brought along a powerful aura fluctuation. Qin Feng immediately felt that it was the energy of the array. At the same time, he was shocked. This teleportation array was definitely a Tier 9 or even higher. The array has opened. Sect leader, quickly return. Junior brothers, and I will be careful. When the light screen appeared, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people bade farewell to the sect disciples, and some people jumped into the white light. This was Qin Feng's first time entering the 13 palaces. He was completely rash. He followed behind a group of cultivators and queued for more than 10 minutes, before he finally arrived in front of the array. When he saw the cultivators in front of him jump into the white light, he also jumped.